they say the April or May. It's August and nobody is talking about it again. So all those committees.
It's difficult for people to follow. This is one side. Just something like this is. You got to follow this too. Try to follow where everybody doesn't speak. I don't know.
Now when I take.
Okay.
Now when Perez said that he will train computers, he will pay rent for 1 year, blah blah blah. I said politicians, they don't come.
So you couldn't see the narrative.
Yeah. Probably that is what is stalling the takeoff. Because this guy is PDP man, not PDP ADC. Joe Kuna. So this is he won't like Prudence to come to his forum and convert it.
And then the permanent participants vote in Nigeria. It's where your
bread.
Where your bread is bottom. That's where you should.
You are going live?
Yes, I'm live. I want to. What's the first slide? I want to open the first slide.
The first slide?
Yes, sir.
That's my own.
Okay. This one, right?
Yes. Okay. So they are seeing it now?
Yeah, I want to check.
Well, don't put everything. Let them not see everything for now. Let them just see the first slide, the first introductory stuff.
Okay.
That paper present us. It's almost there. And right now in traffic. Yes, I need that young man to be around.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, huh? We can see later. I have open for 32 on red. One about one already there. I have a 32 on red messages.
Oh, okay.
For about 2-3 hours. Other foreign kind of man I was are not united. Busy at busy are not accountable. Those who get to do that are not accountable.
I'm very passionate about it. And all the people are very passionate about what they do.
Yes.
They're very passionate.
Then Madam Uche cannot come here.
Yeah, you see, she's very dedicated. That's why, there's a time I had a long discipline.
Yeah, I impose you that time.
Yes, I didn't want to give up on myself.
I impose you that time. Almost for 18 hours.
These are article nonsense.
I woke up around after 2. When I see the there.
No, I wanted to hold her to rise.
Sure.
She had gone too far with this article.
That doctor, the better Nigerian. That thing now.
I think these are paid agents.
Instead of that, you now go one year and they expect and I avoid that minister or what. I said, why I am different. Even if you give me, I won't take at what age. But there are a lot of people who are there who are expecting.
Who are there as agents.
Who are expecting
paid
or even they are paying them now. Okay, then I roll article 100 full time.
That doctor.
Yeah. Not thinking, can I? I roll article 100%. Madam Uchemwe. Oh, and you're my birthday last month or early this month.
Okay.
I work with the phone. Only you and one other person congratulate him. And that shows, and they see him as a useless person. You got that? What for the young man? Why young man may be at least 10 years off my if not 15. You know, article they put in an ebook for nonsense. Where is article now? When you people be now comment every day, on that comment then may see not get out because you have the dollar to give to maybe they'll do this in the use will come out in full force. Yeah? Like article there on the voting day, nobody will come out.
Of course, you know the same style we deployed for about 30 years. You know, go about delegates and we are winning the nomination.
Okay.
So then, we nomination then I win the presidency. Don't work out.
I am Okwudili. In vice president for get our number 1999 to now is 26 years. Vice president for 8 years. I am Okwudili, and you've been contesting. Contested 2011, 2007, 2011, 15, 19, 23. Before they defeated on a primary for the Ekpo. Tinubu gave him this in 2007 or so. Then we do 2011 on Mabam PDP. Yana Jonathan, Kochapia. Whatever on 2015, Jonathan, Kochapia again. Hello, hello, hello. Once more, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, Friday, August 15, 2025, we are holding our serial bi-monthly pro bono 4th edition of BLAKEY'S National Economic Conference. And I am the keynote speaker. My name is Chief Lekki Okwudili Ijezie, FCA, EZEANAEKWU. And in a short while, I'll be giving the keynote address. This is what we have planned for in the last 2 months. Yeah? This is what we planned for in the last 2 months, and we are hitting it today. But come Friday at this same venue, Friday, October 10, 2025, we will switch over to the 9th edition of the BLAKEY'S National Task Conference, so that we finish the unfinished business we left on December 12, 2024. But today, we are continuing with the 4th edition of the BLAKEY'S National Economic Conference. And the topic of discourse of the keynote is Beyond Rhetoric, Practical Strategies for Reversing Nigeria's Economic Quagmire. Beyond Rhetoric, Practical Strategies for Reversing Nigeria's Economic Quagmire. I prefer to read from the slides 26 that I have done, because if I decide to go extemporaneous, I could miss out 1 or 2 things. And my body temperature is high now because of recent things happening in the polity. So, the opening welcome remarks. One welcome to all distinguished guests, policy makers, intellectuals, and global viewers are warmly welcomed, emphasizing the shared commitments to Nigeria's resurgence. We are committed that Nigeria will rise again. Furnace, the arches will rise again. That's why we are holding all these conferences pro bono, not minding the logistics, etc. And I'm most thankful to the guest speakers who are joining to raise the tempo. The Blakey Ijezie Foundation team is recognized for their pro bono dedication, resilience, and generosity in consistently organizing these vital economic conferences. We keep doing it until that. But let me put it in context so that we can follow when we start dishing out the 5 pillars of how to contain them. On May 29, 2023, the inauguration day of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 2 reckless policy decisions were taken in quick succession, both without preparation, both without safety nets, both driven more by optics than strategy. The first one is fuel subsidy removal. Fuel subsidy is gone. The sudden elimination of the fuel subsidy on May 29, 2023 was executed without prior planning or safety nets, causing immediate hardship for Nigerians and operational confusion in government. The next one was currency flotation impact. The abrupt flotation of the Naira in July led to rapid currency depreciation, soaring import costs, and an inflation surge that severely affected food prices and transportation. The third one is Federal Executive Council delay. The Federal Executive Council responsible for policy implementation was not constituted until 2 months after the subsidy removal. In those 2 months, Nigeria bore the brunt of a policy without planning, like passengers on a ship without a captain or compass. Economic mismanagement consequences. These policy moves, driven more by optics than strategy, expose Nigeria's vulnerability, triggering inflation storms and the increased cost of living for ordinary citizens. For ordinary citizens, not politicians. What are the impacts of this economic crisis and the key numbers? Fuel price surge. Fuel prices skyrocketed from 185 naira per liter to over 600 naira per liter overnight, and have now surpassed 850 naira per liter, and is severely impacting transportation and daily expenses. The naira depreciation. The naira plummeted from 460 to over 1,500 naira per dollar in parallel markets and even in official market now, because they have almost come together, drastically increasing import costs and economic instability. Stagnant wages. With the cost of living, while the cost of living tripled, the minimum wage remained unchanged, though it has gone from 30 to 70,000, but some of the states have not started paying it, and most of the private sector operatives are not even paying the minimum wage. And there's deepening poverty and reducing living standards for most Nigerians. Inflation escalation. Headline inflation rose sharply from 22.4% in May 2023 to over 33% by mid-2025, eroding purchasing power across all sectors. The inflation rate now is over 33%. I'm discounting the rebase, whatever the MBS did to reduce the inflation rate to about 22-23% now. That's what I call political uncholokoto. If you go to the market, you will know what the inflation rate is. Food inflation and hunger. Food inflation surged beyond 40%, pushing millions into hunger as stable food prices became unaffordable for many families. Fuel subsidy removal impact. Sudden policy implementation. Fuel subsidy was removed abruptly on 29th May 2023 without prior planning. The government was sworn in that day. So when did you plan how to ameliorate the negative effects? Nothing, none. You just moved in there to show that you have bold economic reforms and just remove fuel subsidy. And that is what we are still in it today. Federal Executive Council was not constituted to oversee policy execution. The policy was driven more by optics than strategic preparation. Nigerians faced immediate consequences without safety nets or alternatives. Economic and social consequences. Sudden increase in fuel prices led to higher transportation and production costs. Inflation surged as fuel price hikes affected food and goods prices. Public frustration grew due to lack of communication and support. The policy shock disrupted the daily life and the economic stability across Nigeria. That's where we are now. Cost of governance, a betrayal of public trust. As the foresighted and the far-sighted one, yes, my humble self, Chief Blakey Okwudili, Ijezie, the Oracle of Umudunu, I often say, if you set a building on fire without preparing water to quench it, you are not a leader. You are a public hazard. And that's what has happened. President Tinubu pledged to cut governance costs by implementing the Orasanya Committee report, but failed to act. It turned out to be audio governance, audio, what you say that you don't believe in. It turned out to be audio governance, a sound with no substance. Instead of reducing, Nigeria now has 50 ministers, the largest cabinet in its history since 1960, exceeding the constitutional maximum of 36 or 37, one minister per state, plus probably one for Federal Capital Territory, indigenes. Several ministries are duplicated and overlapping. You have a Ministry of Agriculture, and you have a Ministry of Animal Husbandry or whatever. Creating inefficiencies and bloated government structures. I don't know, and I don't know whether anybody here or people listening online knows the number of special assistants, special advisors the presidency has. If you ask me to hazard a guess, I will say between 30 and 50. And they are having duplicated functions. That's why some of them in the recent past will resign, because some of them are just there reading newspapers. And rain or mockery and either FFK, Femi Fane Kayode, and of recent Senator Sane Shehu are doing the work of these gentlemen. So some of them are idle. But the ones who haven't left are getting paid. And they are telling me that this government is serious about cutting the cost of governance. Tell that to the pigeons. While ordinary Nigerians face economic hardship, government excesses have increased, undermining public trust. Undermining public trust. The government is not trusted by the people now. There's a deficit trust on this government, because they say one thing and do the next, and do the opposite. This expansion is seen as gluttony, worsening the economic crisis instead of providing relief. The inflationary cascade, electricity sector strain. I'm just going through all these things before we now get to the cocoa of the pepper. Electricity sector strain. Electricity discos impose band A tariffs, charging higher prices for reduced hours of power supply, forcing Nigerians to pay more while enduring frequent blackouts. And we also in the social media the other day, when the Minister of Power, Adelabu, opened his house in Ibadan. Some people were asking, is that the new government house? Because it looks like what Soludo opened in Anambra State. That's the Minister of Power who is overseeing darkness in Nigeria. Anyway, transport fares surge. Transporters raised fares significantly, turning intercity travel into a luxury as fuel costs soared and the inflation escalated the operational expenses. Telecom price hikes. Everybody is hiking prices. Telecom companies increased their call and data tariffs due to forest pressures, making communication more expensive and limiting connectivity for many Nigerians. Manufacturing decline. Rising input costs forced manufacturers to cut production, and some have visited Nigeria, resulting in job losses and business closures, exacerbating economic hardship and unemployment. As the philosopher Seneca once said, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. It's the man who craves more that is poor, not the man who has too little. Our government craves more from the people, yet give them less in return. Anybody who disputes this should come to the TV so that the person and I will have a one-on-one chat on television. Our government craves more from the people, yet gives them less in return. Beyond rhetoric, infrastructure, and regional equity. Beyond rhetoric, infrastructure, and regional equity, Nigeria's economic disparity is rooted in selective neglect of Eastern region's infrastructure, which stifles growth and regional equity. Reviving Eastern airports, and infrastructure is essential to unlocking billions in GDP, reducing congestion in Lagos, and achieving balanced national development. Disparity in infrastructure development. Eastern ports like Calabar, One, Port Harcourt, Onitsha Inland Port, Warri, suffer from decay, inefficiency, and abandonment. But Lagos ports such as Apapa and Tinkan thrive with heavy federal funding and high activity levels. Lagos Airport, to be rebuilt at a cost of 712 billion, stands in stark contrast to the neglected airports in Enugu and the Ali-Igbo region. The selective funding and development deepen regional inequities and fuel imbalance. I've completed my paper before it trended yesterday that the Minister of Works needs 3.6 trillion naira to rebuild or to reconstruct or to rehabilitate. I don't know, but what I know is that he's not building a new third mainland bridge. A third mainland bridge that he has spent billions of naira since he came into office. He now wants to hype it to 3.6 trillion. And that is Lagos. Minister of Aviation, once, and I guess it has been approved, 712 billion to revamp, reconstruct Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, an airport that Buhari, former President late Buhari, used billions of naira to rehabilitate during his tenure. But the Minister of Aviation needs 712 billion for that. Kata Bridge, I read in the social media that Kata Bridge will be reconstructed with about 380-something billion naira. Name it. The Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, which I foresaw that would probably stop in Ebe or at most in Ogun State, is being done with 15 trillion naira. And you have the Sokoto Badagry Lagos Highway with some other billion naira, trillion naira. Is Lagos the only mega city in Nigeria that President Bola Tinubu's government is spending so much, yet other members, other residents in Lagos, namely the Igbos, are being told to leave Lagos. But the irony is that the Igbos that are being told to leave Lagos don't have any federal presence or federal infrastructure in the entire 5 states of the Southeast. and Lagos is the preferred, the only child as a twin. Things must change. Let me stop it at that. The selective funding and development deepen regional inequalities, and fuel economic resurgence. Call for balanced regional revival. Reviving Eastern Nigeria's infrastructure will stimulate trade, attract investments, and create jobs. Developing functional ports and modern airports in the East can add billions to Nigeria's GDP and help decongest Lagos. Once those ports are developed in the Eastern Corridor, nobody will need to ask Igbos to leave Lagos. They will live on their own. True federalism must guarantee development as a right for all regions, not a privilege for a few. Equitable infrastructure investment is a practical strategy to restore national balance and economic vitality. That leads us to the cocoa of my paper. Pillars for reversing, practical strategies for reversing the economic quagmire in Nigeria beyond rhetoric. I should table out how I want the government to look at how to reverse it. If they agree, fine. Not for me, but for them and for Nigerians. If they don't agree, we will still come back here in future to continue our message. Fiscal discipline, pillar 1. I have 5 pillars. Fiscal discipline and governance cost reduction is the first pillar. What is the current fiscal challenges? What are the current fiscal challenges? 1, Nigeria spends about 4 trillion annually on recurrent governance costs, nearly 14% of national revenue. The cabinet has 50 ministers, exceeding the constitutionally mandate 37 by nearly 35%, indicating inefficiency. Many government agencies overlap in functions, causing waste and a bloated bureaucracy. The Original Committee's recommendations to cut waste remain unimplemented, reflecting political inertia. 2, what are the strategies I'm advocating for cost reduction? Immediate executive order to limit the cabinet size to 37 as per the Constitution. Eliminate redundant agencies and unnecessary bureaucratic layers to streamline governance. Redirect saved funds to priority sectors like agriculture, power, and small and medium enterprises, SMEs. Implement real-time, publicly accessible digital dashboards to monitor budget execution and the procurement transparently. Empower civil society to conduct continuous pro bono audits to combat corruption through transparency. Those are the strategies for cost reduction. The third one is restoring governance trust, because we have to restore the trust deficit about this government, and even the previous one is very high. So how do we restore governance trust? Governance should serve the people, not become an industry of self-enrichment. Reducing governance costs will increase funds for development and social programs. Transparent mechanisms will build citizens' confidence and accountability. Fiscal discipline is crucial for sustainable economic recovery and national stability. Nigeria's governance costs are unsustainably high, consuming a fair portion of national revenue. Implementing strict fiscal discipline by downsizing the cabinet, cutting redundant agencies, and enhancing transparency will free resources for critical sectors and restore public trust. I hope the government is listening. Pillar 2. I told you we have 5 pillars. Pillar 2 is on exchange rate stabilization and export growth. And here we'll be addressing the Naira collapse, because Naira has refused to float. It was floated on, in July 2023, but rather than floating, it sank. So let's address it. Addressing the Naira collapse and boosting non-oil exports. The Naira has plummeted from about 475 in power and rising inflation. Yesterday, Dr. Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala trended that the economy has stabilized. Yes, the economy has stabilized because it's now oscillating between 1,500 to 1,600 per dollar. But where was it coming from? During Buhari era, it stabilized about between 450 to 750. So stabilizing it at 1,500 to 1,006, to me, is not what we should be talking about. We should be talking about reversing some of these nonsensical, bold economic policies, so that the economy will come back to probably 750 to $1, and it will enhance the growth. So instead of praising their president that he has stabilized the economy, who caused the economy to collapse before he stabilized it at that rate? So let's be mindful of what we say, but I don't blame Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala. He said that in Aso Rock. You don't go to somebody's house and start telling him that what he doesn't want to hear. If she gets back to her place in Europe, I guess she wouldn't be saying the economy has stabilized. He should be providing solution how to reverse the troublesome economy. Anyway, that's by the way. The currency collapse undermines investor confidence and destabilizes the economy, making urgent intervention critical. Nigeria's economy remains dangerously dependent on oil, with non-oil exports constituting less than 20% of GDP, exposing vulnerability to oil price shocks. A managed float exchange rate system is proposed to stabilize the Naira, not stabilizing the Naira at 1.5, but to getting it down below 1,000, so that the cost of living will, so that Nigerians will breathe. Nigerians are not breathing now, I know, because I live in a village. I know what we are going through there. A managed float exchange rate system is proposed to stabilize the Naira, supported by targeted foreign exchange liquidity to exporters. Export financing facilities will prioritize agriculture and manufactured goods to empower local entrepreneurs and diversify export revenue. Currency swap agreements with strategic partner central banks will provide short-term foreign exchange liquidity to prevent panic-driven currency crashes. Consistent, transparent policies are essential to rebuild confidence and create a stable economic environment for trade and investment. In short, stabilizing the naira through managed exchange rate policies and boosting non-oil exports are vital to restoring economic confidence and reducing Nigeria's over-reliance on volatile oil revenues. We move to Pillar 3. Pillar 3 is on energy, security, and infrastructure revival. We have 2 more pillars to go. Key strategies for energy and infrastructure. Nigeria's actual available power supply is less than 5,000 megawatts, despite an installed capacity of around 13,000, forcing 70% of businesses to rely on expensive and polluting diesel generators. Accelerate gas-to-power projects by leveraging modular independent power producers, IPPs, to quickly increase reliable electricity generation. Deploy solar mini grids to serve off-grid communities, targeting at least 10,000 locations nationwide to expand energy access sustainably. Finance infrastructure, including roads, railways, ports through the innovative PPP, public-private partnership, allowing Nigerians finance infrastructure, including roads, railways, and ports through PPP, innovative PPP, public-private partnership, bonds, allowing Nigerians to co-invest in national development. Urgently clear the backlog of unserved public demand to boost productivity and economic growth across sectors. Hello? So what am I saying? Energy security is critical to Nigeria's economic revival by fast-tracking gas-to-power projects, deploying solar mini grids for underserved areas, and financing infrastructure through PPP bonds. Nigeria can overcome its energy deficit, reduce reliance on costly diesel, and stimulate nationwide productivity and growth. We are on Pillar 4. One more to go, and it's on industrialization. Productive sector and industrialization. Nigeria's heavy reliance on food imports, despite abundant agricultural potential, highlights a critical economic paradox. Establishing agro-processing zones, providing tax incentives, and creating export hubs are strategic steps to enhance local manufacturing, boost value addition, and expand Nigeria's presence in global markets. Let me expand on that. Agricultural import paradox. Nigeria imports over 10 trillion worth of food annually, despite fertile land and a large farming population. Agriculture contributes less than 25% in value-added terms, indicating low processing and industrial activity. The paradox drains foreign exchange and stifles rural economic growth. The tax incentive and the credit lines. Introduce tax holidays for new manufacturing ventures to stimulate local production. Provide low-interest credit facilities tailored to industrial enterprises and SMEs. Encourage reinvestment and expansion within value-added agriculture and manufacturing sectors. Agro-processing zones. Develop agro-processing zones across 6 geopolitical regions to harness local raw materials. Facilitate small lot packaging, cold storage, and efficient logistics to reduce post-harvest losses and create integrated value chains that connect farmers to processors and markets, export hub and market access. Establish streamlined export hubs with efficient port and customs procedures to expedite goods. Promote Nigerian manufactured products in international markets through trade facilitation. Finally, enable exporters with support services and facilities to enhance competitiveness globally. The last of all the 5 pillars for reversing the current economic quagmire is human capital. Pillar 5, human capital and social safety nets. Addressing youth employment and food insecurity through innovative job schemes, skill development, and modernized social protection systems is crucial. These efforts will empower Nigeria's youth, enhance employability, and provide sustainable safety nets for vulnerable populations. Youth employment initiatives are the following. Implement a national job scheme offering 12 months of paid civic engagement or vocational training for recent graduates. Focus on bridging the gap between education and employment through practical work experience. Encourage public and private sector collaboration to create diverse job opportunities. Empower youth to contribute meaningfully to community and national development. Reduce youth unemployment rate, currently near 50%, by equipping young people with market-relevant skills. What about the digital and vocational skill development? I say the following. Launch digital and vocational boot camps to equip young Nigerians with global competitive skills. incorporate mentorship programs involving the Nigerian diaspora to enhance training quality and exposure, promote skills in technology, entrepreneurship, and trades to diversify employment options, leverage technology to ensure accessibility of training nationwide, including remote and underserved areas, build a sustainable pipeline of skilled labor to meet the demands of a modernizing economy. Education is not charity. It is evaluation of our future. Yeah, coming down, we are now cruising to land. Philosophical threads to inspire action, excellence as habit. Aristotle teaches that excellence is not a one-time act, but a repeated habit, urging us to make daily commitment to quality and improvement. Shattering illusions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that barriers are illusions until we take decisive action, encouraging bold steps to overcome economic challenges. Value over price. My mentor, the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, emphasizes that true value lies beyond cost. Inspiration. Inspiring prudent spending, where every naira invested yields tangible benefits. I take it again. True value lies beyond cost, not using 3.5 trillion to reconstruct or to rehabilitate or to repair Third Mainland Bridge, which you and I know that after it's rehabilitated, Babangida built it before 1991 when he went to Abuja. But after rehabilitating it now, the bridge, if you want me to hazard a guess, will be renamed Bola Ahmed Tinubu Third Mainland Bridge. It's time to welcome the key speakers and their topics. The first is Mr. Ken Ijezie. He's a PR and economic maestro. He will be analyzing how public relations can influence Nigeria's economic image. And he will be highlighting the importance of reputation management in economic recovery. Mr. Ben Edima Ekpo will be talking on fiscal prudence, which I've covered a lot for him. He will explore strategies for maintaining fiscal resilience and the effective fiscal management during economic crisis to safeguard Nigeria's economy. The only doctor in the house, Dr. Charles Udogu, will key in on sustainable development. He will be focusing on driving economic growth through sustainable financial and business sector strategies, essential for long-term prosperity. And the pastor in the house, his beat is on social cohesion. Pastor Felix Jarikre. He will examine the critical role of society, of social unity and cohesion in enabling sustainable economic recovery and preventing setbacks. This fourth edition of BLAKEY'S National Economic Conference is holding today, Friday, August 15, 2025, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. I'm about rounding up the keynote address, and the time now is 10:46 a.m. So we are on time, on target. The event is taking place at the magnificent Banquet Hall, 4th floor, Banex Mall, Lekki, Lagos. Admission, as always, is free, courtesy of the Ijezie Foundation, which I founded on Holy Saturday, April 11, 2009, and it was flagged off in Ozobo, St. Matthew's Mini Stadium, as it were. We call it the Mini Stadium in Ozobo, St. Matthew's Primary School Sporting Arena, Ebema Ozobo. And it was flagged off by the then Honorable Minister, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Minister in charge of Finance, Dr. Mansour Muhtar, who is today Chairman, Bank of Industry. And there was a royal presence, the Igwe of Ozobo, His Royal Highness, Igwe Fidelis Nnamdi Oruche, Ezugodnobi Okifetu. He was the royal father of the day, supported by the Obi of Ebema Ozobo, because Ebema we have 4 quarters. Each of the quarters has its Obi, but because Amakwa is the senior, the Obi of Amakwa is the same as the Obi of Ozobo. They were all there when this foundation was launched on April 11, 2009, over 16 years ago. We are still trending. The conference offers a unique opportunity to engage with thought leaders and contribute to shaping Nigeria's economic future. We will keep doing it. We want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished guest speakers, whose expertise and insights will be pivotal in guiding discussions to address Nigeria's economic challenges. Their commitment to sharing actionable strategies will enrich this conference and will inspire progress. Special thanks to the Ijezie Foundation for the unwavering support and generosity, making this event accessible to all who are physically present, and a lot of people globally who are hooked to the YouTube, listening to this keynote address and the subsequent papers to be presented by the 4 speakers. It's a platform that is fostering meaningful dialogue and collaboration. For further engagement and inquiries related to reversing Nigeria's economic quagmire, please contact Chief Blakey EZEANAEKWU, founder and president CEO of the Blakey Foundation. My email is blakey'Ijezie@yahoo.com. My WhatsApp is 234-803-203-0455. You are free to connect for collaboration, support, or more information on the upcoming conference and related initiatives. I thank you all for taking your valuable time, almost 1 hour, to listen to this keynote address. And for those who missed it, along the line, I will forward it to our various forums. Itozoble Intellectuals Forum, Akuluno Think Home Forum, and I will make it available to the media executives so that those who want to partner with us can summarize it and send to the various committees, various governmental organizations. I thank you once more, and the game is on. Thank you.
Okay. So
When are you ready?
Yeah.
Ken, here they are. Were you listening to it? Yeah.
Yeah? You sent to me. No, you sent to me. Yeah.
No, I mean my own speech. Did you listen to it? Yeah.
No. I was.
Did you listen to it?
Yes.
And it was okay?
Yes.
I'll listen to you extra, but I saw the.
No, I just wanted to make sure that people online heard. Are you done?
Can you get that?
Yes.
I don't know that boy. I thought to come. No, keep it. Okay.
Keep stripping it.
Just be listening to and make sure that it's coming. Hello. The time now is 10:53. The next paper presenter, Mr. Ken Ijezie, FNIMN, will be on in the next 2 minutes at 10:55 a.m. to take us through his 23 slides. When I was giving my keynote address, I mentioned a lot about deficit trust in governance. So he wants to take it off from there. And his topic is rebranding or regressing. Rebranding or regressing, why PR, public relations, could make or break Nigeria's economic comeback. Because all we are doing here today is how do we come back. Anybody who tells you Nigeria is not in a crisis is probably either a politician or one who is benefiting from the shenanigans. Nigeria is in the deep. So our focus today is how do the government see that Nigeria is sinking or has sunk and needs to come back. So I've done my bit. General, as a keynote person, keynote speaker, I generalize. But the other 4 speakers will be hitting it from their zones. So the first person to hit it will be Ken Ijezie. His topic is rebranding or regressing, why PR could make or mar Nigeria's economic comeback. After him, now it's 10:55, probably by 12:30 when he finishes. The second paper will be done by Mr. Edima Ekpo, FCA. He's already in-house, and he will be taking us through fiscal discipline, prudence, financial prudence. Edima retired from UBA, United Bank for Africa, deputy general manager level. So he knows his onions. But now let's welcome the PR big boy, big fish, Ken. Get over to you.
Thank you. Okay. Hello. Okay. Use my voice. Okay, fine. Good morning. Well, I like to call him Alga at the top. Thank you very much for laying the foundation, for Chief Ijezie for laying the foundation. Thank you very much for laying that very broad foundation. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank our guests who have joined us online and those who are here physically. Good morning. And like we say in Lagos and everywhere else, happy Friday. Good morning. Well, I'll go straight to the topic. It's rebranding or regressing. Why PR, public relations, could make or break Nigeria's economic comeback. Now, what we hear all the time is very bad news about Nigeria. This week alone was very interesting. We heard about Quam 1, then we heard about Quam 2. After Quam 1 and Quam 2, we hear all about what we heard about insecurity, this and that and all that. You know, so all the news is very depressing. And I would imagine that anybody who is outside the shores of this country will actually reading the news about Nigeria will quite depressed. In fact, there are people who have probably been out of Nigeria for like the past 20 years. And when they hear news about Nigeria, particularly from foreign press, they they ask themselves, why the hell are we even coming back here for anything, you know? So it's that bad. But you see, Nigeria is a big country. It's not all about bad news. It's not always about bad news. It's also good about us, certainly. But the question is, how do we tell our stories? And I'll let tell people basically that PR, I mean, you cannot carve wood. You cannot carve furniture out of bad wood. PR is not about telling lies. Public relations is not about lying at all or spinning, as it were. It's about laying the facts, as it were. Nigeria is a big country, over 220 million people. It's not about bad news. There's still good news about Nigeria. It's all about how the story is told and how it is carved. All the criminals in Nigeria, put them together, they will less than 1 million. All the criminals, all the thieves, all the kidnappers in this country will less than 1 million if you put them together. But Nigeria is a country of more than 220 million people. Therefore, what it means that all the criminality, all the people, all the forgers, all the 419 people and all that, put them together, still less than 1% of our entire population. So why would 1% of our population define us as a people? There's still more about it. But I take that from me from there. So, public relations, how could its usage make or break Nigeria's economic comeback? And I will explain. And I'd like to give you a caveat. Public relations is not about public relations. Public relations is an integral tool of marketing. Public relations is not journalism. Journalism is different from public relations. Public relations is distinct. Public relations is a tool of marketing. And basically, all it does is basically to craft a good image. Speak the truth, craft a good image, and tell the story yourself. If you don't tell your stories, other people will tell the story for you. And then the way they will choose your story will not be in your best interest. So take the center stage, craft the story, craft the narrative yourself. Call your name the way you want. Call your name and appreciate yourself the way you want to be appreciated and adored. That is the public relations for you. So I come with the preamble. Nigeria does not have an oil problem, a talent problem, or a resource problem. It has a story problem. We're not telling our stories ourselves. Every day, billions in potential investment evaporate because the world sees us through the lens of bad headlines, not the reality of our ingenuity. Nobody talks about the ingenuity of Nigerians. Go to Lagos Island, go to all the sprawling islands of Nigeria, see people struggling every day to make a living, honest living. Nobody talks about them. Nobody hears about them. But whenever there is a Quagmire or Quagmire, that's the kind of thing you hear, and it makes the headlines. That is not about us, basically. That is not to deny, however, that there are no challenges. There are challenges, all right, I agree. But what fraction of those challenges make up our constituent our entire country? So we say it's not the reality of our ingenuity. No, people don't see us through the reality of our ingenuity, resilience, and opportunities. In today's global economy, perception is not the side issue. It is currency. Perception, how people perceive is your currency. And for Nigeria, the difference between economic renewal and stagnation may well hinge on how we rebrand and who controls that narrative. How people perceive us is the way we are. Now, perception. People shape their perceptions, all right, but there's also perceptions. The way perception is shaped also unlocks opportunities. And just take one of the slides, slide 3, takes a cursory look at all the very negative headlines about Nigeria. Just listen. I have 10 very negative headlines, international headlines about Nigeria, foreign headlines. It says, negative stereotypes in national media cost Africa 2.3 billion pounds a year. Guardian of London. Nigerian agency failed completely to clean up oil damage despite funding. Leaked files say. AP News. Third headline: Big oil's dirty legacy in Nigeria. Financial Times. Corruption, the most urgent challenge Nigeria faces. An opinion. Guardian of Nigeria. Nigeria, corruption, collapse, and the crisis under Tinubu. AfricaDailyNews.net. Nigeria on the brink, a nation in crisis. Vanguard. EFCC blames corrupt politicians, fraudsters for nation's bad image abroad. The Guardian of Nigeria. Is Nigeria serious about tackling corruption? BBC News. Lazy Nigerian youths. Wikipedia. Foreign missions, underfunding, corruption battered Nigeria's image. New Telegraph. Now, this is very negative headlines about Nigeria. But like the Chinese have taught us, on the flip side of adversity is opportunity. On the flip side of adversity is opportunity. Now, these headlines, these foreign headlines, reflect the global perception challenges Nigeria faces, highlighting critically why a rebranding strategy is not just marketing but economic strategy. Now, there are Nigerians strive in many sectors, many sectors, but nobody thinks about that. But these stories show that Nigeria is not just surviving; it is innovating with depth, creativity, and economic promise. There are quite a lot of things that are going on in tech innovation, AI and health technology, culture and design, talent, music, policy, sustainable tech, and all that. Nigerians are doing great things in these areas, but nobody talks about this. So what we say again is that in today's world, perception is not just a second. In today's world, perception is not just a side issue; it is currency. Nations trade on it, investors buy into it, and citizens carry it wherever they go. For Nigeria, every headline, every diplomatic exchange, every social media trend either deposits into or withdraws from our national account. The question is, are we building credit, or are we going bankrupt in a global marketplace of trusts? Nigeria's economic recovery is not about policies, it's about perception. Every day, billions in investment and potential vanish due to negative headlines. If perception were currency, would Nigeria be rich or broke? Now, reality versus perception, the gap causing Nigeria. Nigeria's economy holds undeniable assets, oil reserves that fuel industries, a booming tech industry, agricultural capacity to feed billions, and a creative sector reshaping global culture. Yet, when the world looks our way, too often the headlines read corruption, insecurity, and instability. This is the dangerous gap between reality and representation, a gap that costs us investments, opportunities, and influence. Closing it is not just about PR, it is about reclaiming control of our national story. Now, of all the deliberate things that are going on over the last, let's say that in all the years of our democracy since 1999, that's about 26 years ago now, the only conscious time that Nigeria has tried to reshape its public relations image, it's in the time of Okwudili as information minister. She did a good thing. She called it rebranding Nigeria. She did deliberately as a major project, and that caught people's attention. Indeed, she said, according to Okwudili, of blessed memory, indeed, no matter how good a product or initiative it is, it's not about excellent branding. It is good as dusty as it is on the shelf. Nigerians have major strengths in tech, music, culture, sports, and much more. It is necessary to ensure we channel this strength in a direction that will not just demarket our nation and our self-esteem as a people, by measuring our strength, and selling the same to the world. There is a way a well-branded nation attracts honor, respect, and investment from international stage, and these people will be better for it. Our common brand is Nigeria. We can make it globally attractive. Now, bad PR has a cost, and it comes at a very high cost. Now, just to give us a sense of what bad PR could actually cost in Nigeria at this moment. Negative headlines generally overshadow innovation, because these headlines about, like I said, all the criminals, all the thieves, all the 419 people and all that, put them together with less than 1% of our population in Nigeria. But we allow them to shape that narrative. Yes, but what this, for instance, nobody talks all the things, this week alone, today is Friday, from Monday till now, all we've heard about Quam 1 and Quam 2 and those kind of things, and debates and the minister, the press conferences, and all that is totally unnecessary. In fact,
and the special advisor to Convener.
Yeah, saying all sorts of things and all that. It's all comedy, comedy, right? It doesn't really deal with the issues. And then the minister, distraction totally. And then the minister who leaves is, and I'm even surprised and even disappointed that the minister begins to issue statements. There are agencies in the ministry, NCA, FAN and all that, who could deal with all that, and the minister doesn't have to intervene. These people could start to do their duties, and then the things are properly taken care of, and a whole lot of distraction, which is not necessary. And then these things, I can imagine what, so somebody who's in London or whatever, the city of London or New York, looking at these videos and saying, is it the way they behave at this airport now? So it defines us, which is not right. So we say that negative headlines generally overshadow innovation, culture, and resilience. Nigeria's brand crisis is measurable and costly. Billions in lost investment. Negative perceptions raise Nigeria's borrowing costs and deter direct foreign investment. Across Africa, bias coverage costs us a lot of money annually in higher interest rates. Investor hesitation. When people read negative headlines, perceived instability leads to inflated risk premiums, limiting access to capital for business and infrastructure. Tourism decline. Safety concerns in headlines overshadow Nigeria's cultural, entertainment, and natural attractions. Talent drain. Skilled Nigerians face visa restrictions and bias abroad due to reputational spillover. Policy impact. International partners are more cautious in trade, security, and diplomatic agreements when trust is low. That's an extremely high cost for a country to pay for negative PR. Now, how bad PR damages the economy? Negative headlines will lead to increased perceived risk and lead to higher costs and lost opportunities. Each negative headline acts as a risk signal to investors, tourists, and partners. The result, reduced capital inflow, fewer partnerships, and slower growth. Bad PR, therefore, is costly for business. And here is how I will try to make a direct, I wish you videos were, but we'll try to make a comparison between, we'll try to make a comparison between FDI inflow, that foreign direct investment inflow between Vietnam and Indonesia. These are countries that have almost a similar population and almost similar demography in Nigeria. We'll try to make a comparison. And in that comparison between Vietnam, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Nigeria, what we'll find that there's a graph. We should show that graph, but it's not visible anywhere. But in the slides it's visible if you're going through the slides now. But just to give us insights, these slides show that Nigeria's FDI flows are significantly lower than those of Indonesia and Vietnam, despite having abundant resources and market potential. While Nigeria holds strong economic fundamentals, the modest FDI figures suggest critical gaps in global investor confidence. Successful PR and brand rebuilding are not just image building tools, they are strategic levers for closing this investment gap. Indonesia attracted 20 times more the FDI Nigeria did not in the same period. So you can imagine that, despite similar emerging market profiles. Poor perception, therefore, might be costing Nigeria its fair share of global capital. Rebranding through strategic PR isn't cosmetic, it is economic transformation. It is an imperative. If Nigeria must go ahead, it must go away these bobby traps, we must invest in strategic PR. Like I said, it is not just cosmetic, it is strategic economic transformation. PR as economic tool, driving economic outcomes. Like we said, strategic PR campaigns will lead to positive perception and therefore economic benefits. Public relations isn't just about image polishing. It can directly influence economic performance when strategically deployed. Here's how PR functions as an economic driver. PR attracting foreign direct investment. Countries with a consistent positive international image attract more investor interests, naturally. Vietnam and Indonesia, because we chose those countries because they similar population, almost about the same economy, almost the same, almost the same. They have almost the same parameters with Nigeria, so that's why we chose them as case in point. Vietnam and Indonesia actively promote stability, ease of doing business, and success stories, feeding investor confidence. For Nigeria, shaping international narratives can counter negative headlines and reposition the country as a high potential investment destination. Number two, boosting tourism revenue. Well-crafted campaigns like Incredible India, like we said, Malaysia, Truly Asia, create inspirational appeal. Tourism stimulates hotels, airlines, entertainment, retail, and local crafts, creating jobs and increasing tax revenue. Enhancing export competitiveness. A country known for quality, reliability, and ethical practices find it easier to sell its products abroad. For Nigeria, PR can highlight sectors like tech. Nigerians are doing good in tech now. OPay, Money Point, Pam, and these are innovations by young people. And to imagine that this fintech it's just about three or four years old in this country. But look at the incredible things they're doing by young people. You know, nobody talks about that. Look at agriculture, the things that happen in agriculture. If Nigeria, forget the hardest classes and all that, but there's quite a lot of things also going on in agriculture. Fashion, making Nigerian goods more appealing globally. That is what PR can also do for us. Economic multiplier. Citizens who believe in their country's trajectory spend more, invest locally, and support reforms. National campaigns can reinforce unity, encourage buy local initiatives, and promote trust in governance. That is crisis recovery and risk management. Quick, transparent communication after crisis, security incidents, disasters, and all that reduces economic fallout. I mean, just take the disasters in Benue. I mean, first of all, there was the Niger flood, and then secondly, there was the Benue crisis and all that, for which Tinubu went. I didn't even go to the river, he left and all that. I mean, things like that happen, and people are reading these things abroad. Imagine if there was a quick, transparent communication after the crisis. I mean, for 3 days, 4 days, presidency didn't no statement, nothing. They just left it blank, which was not bad. Extremely, in any PR calculation, that is bad. When there's crisis, when there's a national emergency, government, whoever government or whatever, should move in quickly and try to restore confidence in what they do. Countries like Japan and Thailand have recovered tourism and investor trust after major setbacks through coordinated PR. I mean, who thinks about all the earthquakes in Japan and all that? These things happen regularly. But what they do is moving very quickly, and they try to. And then in a short, America is no. I mean, nobody talks about the gun violence in America that happens almost every month. You know, nobody takes care of it. But it's not the first thing not the first things anybody knows about America. I mean, as soon as these things come, I mean, what is important that they try to identify the culprits and then do a concerted effort to clean up what, and then move on again. But Nigeria will allow this thing to linger for a while, and they shade the narrative, which is not very good. Now, as an economic tool too, PR can build soft power. Cultural exports, global events, and diplomatic storytelling can increase bargaining power in trade and politics. Nollywood, Afrobeat, Nigeria. Nobody will doubt that Nigeria controls the Nigeria currently controls the music wave. Nobody can doubt that. I mean, I was quite impressed when I saw Burna Boy. I saw the. In events that whether Burna Boy or Davido or Wizkid, they sell out internationally, sell out totally, and then nobody talks about that. But those are brand icons, and even in Nigeria, where they should be kings, they're not quite recognized as such. I mean, somebody was asking me ourselves that what do we look? I remember in 2001, I remember going to Los Angeles once, and then somebody says, "Let's go to the Hollywood Hall of Fame or something like that," you know. And then go to Los Angeles, and I said, "Where's the Hall of Fame now?" You know, this is just a myth that people create, but these things are branded. And you ask yourself, with all the cultural, musical icons we have in this country, one would have thought that there be a dedicated village for this, or maybe call it creative city or what, artist city, something, you know, even if it's just a myth, where all the artists, the videos of this world, the Wizkid, the Burna Boys, all the people who are making waves in Nigeria can actually come, and then just build something around them to create some bit of wave of tourism. Nobody does that. I wish we could do that to enhance our global power. So we said Nollywood, Afrobeat, and diaspora networks are natural PR assets for global diplomacy. These are soft power which we can have. I mean, it's clear somebody's name. I mean, there's this guy I met once in London many years ago, and then do you know his name? He's funny. He said he called himself Olosho. I said, "Look at this man. Did you know his name is Olosho?" And I said, the guy. I asked the guy, do you know the meaning of this Olosho you're talking about? He doesn't know. Oyibo man who just watches Nollywood. And a guy, an Oyibo guy. His nickname is Olosho. I said, this man, do you know the meaning of Olosho? He doesn't know. But this is something he picked up from watching Nigerian movies and that kind of thing. I mean, that's global power. You know, so who knows the kind of Nollywood movies we're watching and all that. But it goes far. Nobody also denies the fact that Nigerians, in East Africa, for instance, Nigerian movies, Nollywood controls the airwaves. Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, East Africa generally, they can't do without Nigerian movies. And they're very strong there. That's global power too. Good Nigerians have. But incidentally, we're not deliberately exploiting these things. It is 419 and small petty 11 and 12 that dominate the airwaves. It's not right. You know. That's unfortunate, really. So PR, when aligned with economic goals, becomes a strategic tool. It's just strategic. It's not a waste of money. It's strategic. It has to be well coordinated. It has to serve its purpose. So we say PR can become a strategic tool that shapes perception, attracts capital, builds trust, and expands markets, creating a direct pathway from image to income. PR can actually create a pathway from image to income, strong as it is. Now, there are lessons. I've talked about Indonesia and Vietnam, but there are, in terms of standard PR, there are countries that have succeeded in using PR to shape policies and economic benefits. And we take case studies from Rwanda, UAE, and Ghana. Rwanda, UAE, and Ghana, a playbook for Nigeria's rebrand. Rwanda, everybody remembers that nearly 30 years, about nearly 30 years ago now, about 30 years ago now, Rwanda was a country in crisis, total crisis, and absolute crisis. But what does nobody remembers Rwanda anymore for all the Hutus. Nobody remembers Rwanda for Hutus and the Tutsis and that kind of thing. Nobody remembers Rwanda for that. So Rwanda was a country that moved from conflict to tourism and peacekeeping. So Rwanda had, through PR, had deliberately shaped itself, carved an image for itself, a nation branding via sports. Rwanda struck a unique deal by sponsoring Arsenal Football Club, placing the Visit Rwanda logo on their sleeves from 2018 onward. They're still doing it perhaps now. This high-profile partnership was aimed at shifting international perception, moving away from Rwanda's tragic past towards tourism, business, and innovation. They did it deliberately. Media tours further amplified this shift. The campaign increased Rwanda-related media coverage by 4,000%, while global focused discussions dropped by 11% in Rwanda. Rwanda also deliberately proposed itself as a peacekeeping identity. They carved itself as a peacekeeper, rebranding Rwanda as a global contributor. Rwanda has also engaged in nation branding by positioning itself as a leading contributor to peacekeeping efforts. This media-driven strategy has transformed its international image from post-conflict fragility to a stable and strategic partner in global security. Sometimes you may not like the tall guy in Rwanda, Paul Kagame. Sometimes he takes his... but then overall, Paul Kagame, nobody will describe him as a failure. Even though by Nigerian concept, he may be the archetype of a dictator. I mean, there is this conflict that sometimes they carry their peacekeeping effort too often, too far. Like the kind of thing they did with the neighboring country, the DRC and all that kind of thing. Nobody liked that. But again, in the international image, I mean, Rwanda has so carved itself. Nobody remember that 30 years ago, Rwanda was a deep crisis. But it has carved itself, it has carved this niche as a peacekeeper, such that even United States, you remember that United States, they're not sending some of its people that are deported now to Rwanda, and then the UK to provide that kind of thing, But the thing is that in the global, it reflects itself better in the global industry, as a peacekeeper, and then and that's power of rebranding, that's power of PR. Now, UAE too is another country that evolved from telecoms to technology and culture. Now, UAE did not evolve itself by going to, like our parents is doing, globe trotting and looking for investors. Nobody looks for investors by word of mouth. You look for investors by the kind of things you do and the kind of thing, how you shape your PR and all that. In fact, all the PR that our parents is doing, go to look for can actually be shaped from here. To save me a lot of time and effort in terms of the kind of thing they're doing. UAE is a demonstrable example. Now, everybody knows that Etisalat is a UAE brand. Clearly, Etisalat is a UAE brand, but it shaped itself as a strategic pivot of business. In 2002, Etisalat Group rebranded to A&E, reflecting its expansion beyond telecoms into a broader global technology and investment conglomerate. Rather than simply updating visuals, this represented a full-scale repositioning. ENOC, that's one of these energy companies, reinventing energy identity. The states, they are UAE, state-owned Emirates National Oil Company, undertook a rebranding to craft a refreshed identity, helping it stand out in traditional sector through modern rebranding and pursue an accelerated market capture. Dubai Tourism, reinventing via image. Dubai relaunched its tourism identity with a refreshed brand strategy, broadening its appeal and revitalizing global transportation as an ultra-modern, dynamic tourist and business destination. Rwanda is one country where, one city where if you go, if you went there in January of 2015, no, if you went there in January of 2025, if you go there in December 2025, it will not be the same. They would have done something different, magically different, That's the power of Dubai. Strong perception, well, strong. So Dubai has built itself as a tourism destination, undisputed. Nobody disputes that. And it doesn't do that by making noise and traveling everybody to go and look for investors. It does that by rebranding itself and recreating itself and doing what they need to do. Ghana too, locally, is also a good example in rebranding. Ghana successfully revitalized telecoms, water and energy brands. Vodafone Ghana transformed to Telcel Ghana. Following Telcel's group acquisition of 70% of Vodafone Ghana, the brand relaunched its brand in 2023 to 2024. The branding came with rapid infrastructure expansion, including 300 new G sites launched in record time, signaling a push into innovation and enhanced customer service. Ghana, well, it's a small country, like we like to say, but Ghana, no doubt about that, Ghana has done quite a lot in terms of the rebranding and the deliberate rebranding and the kind of things it do. Ghana, you will say, I don't like to say Ghana is docile, but Ghana nobody goes to Ghana without feeling a sense of discipline. If you're a typical Nigerian with a bustling spirit and all that, if you go to Accra and all that and see the way and the culture of the people, you know that these are not very disciplined people. They are conscious about the environment and how they rebuild their economy. Small place, all right, but they're very conscious about what they do. That's deliberate. Lessons from these campaigns. That's of UAE, Rwanda. I took examples of UAE, Rwanda, and Ghana. Lessons from these campaigns. Strategic substance over aesthetic. Most successful rebrands go beyond a logo change. They reflect deeper shifts in vision and market positioning. Like I said, PR is a tool of marketing, and these things are market positioning, have to be strategic, deliberate, intentional, and strategic. Narratives of Rwanda's brand story pivoted from conflict to opportunity. UAE brands lean into tech and innovation. Ghana brands emphasize growth and social relevance. Cross-cutting principles. What is the story? We can shape Nigeria's story through some of these cross-cutting principles that we learn from other countries. We can shape Nigeria's image as Africa's creative and tech superpower. Clearly, we have an advantage in Nollywood, we have an advantage in music, we have an advantage in culture, we have an advantage in tech. We can deliberately create Nigeria's, what is the big story? There's no rambling about and just what is that story that we can. Nigeria can position Nigeria as Africa's creative and tech superpower. Symbolic partnerships. Just like Rwanda did with Arsenal Football Club, we can collaborate with FIFA, global festivals, and tech giants to position this brand as Africa's creative and tech superpower. There's no way you can play Nigerian music and nobody will say he's not entertained. None. You can't put Nollywood and they say they're not entertained. Everybody knows that. So Nigeria is strong. Integrated messaging. Align with government, the private sector. Nigeria, you know what? PR is about alignment. People need to come together and agree that this is the picture we are pursuing. Not now we are tired of ADC, AP, PDP, and all this kind of politics. It's not what shapes. It's not what's going to shape our lives anyway. In any case, what's the difference between PDP and ADC or APC? There's no difference. All in fact, it's the political class. All of them are the same. When they move from one party to another, it's not what's important to our lives. Nigerians need to go beyond all that. In any case, all the politicians in Nigeria are probably living less than 1 million. All the politicians put together probably less than 2 million, which is still less than 2% of our population. So why do we put so much effort and tear energy and other kind of things into the kind of thing do? I mean, serious-minded people need to create ourselves and create this strategy. So it's about having an integrated messaging. Align government, private sector, and media voices. Everybody has to align towards our message. And when it comes to Nollywood or when it comes to music, creativity, and all that, or even tech, Nigerians excel, and we can use that as a creative strategy towards position our PR image. Now, tangible proof. Showcase reforms in power, transport, and digital economy. Well, in reality, forget what Udogu is doing with his house in Ibadan and all that. I heard you talk about that. Reality is that where I live in Magodo, power has improved though. Where I live in Magodo, my energy consumptions from January to now has dramatically dropped from what it was last year. Like in terms of going to buy diesel or going to buy fuel and all that, dramatically. How they did that, I don't know. But it's costing me more in terms of. Yeah, it's cost. Well, no. Well. That's from my own perspective. Yes, I don't know what it means, But generally, I would say if there's praise for, like we say, NEPA or whoever they are, I will give them praises. That's maybe I don't know how they've done it, but there's been some improvement from my own perspective. Maybe nationally it's not as bad as not as good as it's.
He lives in Magodo.
Oh, you live in Magodo? Okay, excellent. Kucha, do you know Magodo one of his? One. Okay, that is in Sharia, Abi?
Yes.
Okay, I live there. That's where I live too. Sharia.
95%.
Yeah?
We had 95%
In May.
92% in June.
Yeah.
I'm not calculating that before.
Yeah. So it's
Yes.
95%.
95%.
Wow.
availability. Yeah. So I mean, from my own lens, it's improved. So what I'm saying is that whatever they do in terms of whatever the noise is, basically, but it has to be, the reforms have to be tangible. People have to see.
Remove corruption.
Yeah.
Which is power thefts.
Yeah.
Through provision of prepaid meters.
Yeah.
Now they lifted prepaid meters from houses to the poles.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So nobody tampers.
The owner of the house, he didn't want to bypass unless a NEPA official
Yeah.
assist
Assist you bypass. That's right. Yeah.
And he climbed the poles.
He had to climb the
So you see now.
They used to call NEPA 1.
Yes.
They now use the service of NEPA 1 to bypass.
Yeah.
But it's not popular.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
So what the federal government says, deploy prepaid meter across.
Across. That's right.
That's what should have been given to finance or microfinance.
Matter of finance to finance. Okay. Okay.
Just make them pay the better spread
Mm.
and the prepaid meter to everybody.
Yeah.
And who will be collecting the money? The NEPA will be collecting the money.
Mm.
The KJS will be
Yeah,
collecting
yeah.
the money and giving you your portion
Yeah.
as a bank.
Yeah.
As you go there to recharge.
Yeah.
Your power.
Yeah. That's right.
But because we want the corruption to continue.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So that's right. Yeah. So it means that corruption is the basic fundamental thing that that's holding us across board. Yeah, it's corruption. That's all. So if you remove corruption, everything goes well. Everything will go well. So why don't we have a concerted national effort to deal with this corruption? That all of us know is holding us back. Yeah, that's fine. So it's so I mean, for PR to be seen as working, it must have tangible proof. Never showcase reforms in power, transport, and digital economy. It must have proof. The youth appeal, modern visuals, influencer co-creation, readable tone. It's not like going to make Kwan an ambassador. It's not as easy as it doesn't. Kwan is not the ambassador that we're working. But you have to use real role models in society. There's this musician I like so much. He's Banquet W, very calm guy, decent, no scandals and all that. Those are the kind of brand ambassadors I like to see in music among young people. There are probably a lot of other young musicians. Davido is not a badly behaved guy. It's a good model. Get my point. So there are a lot of things, a lot of people who can. So the youth who constitutes bulk of our population can actually be used. You create a lot of youth models amongst them, to act as brand ambassadors, and they'll do more. So the tagline suggestion for Nigeria is simple: Nigeria, powering Africa's futures, tech, culture, and innovation. That's one word. Nigeria, powering Africa's futures, tech, culture, and innovation. That's where we excel. So we can use that as a brand strategy. Now I try to, we try to make that slide 15 basically gives, but it basically repeats what I said earlier. Clearly, just to give you a comparison, so I put that in a spreadsheet now. Just look at it the way it is. Principle, clear core narrative, symbolic partnerships, integrated messaging, tangible proof points, youth and global audience appeal. Try to look at Rwanda, UAE, Ghana, and then opportunities for Nigeria. Clearly, just to repeat, Rwanda made tourism and peacekeeping a central part of our strategy. UAE chose innovation and diversification. Ghana chose service and social impact. Nigeria, the opportunity for Nigeria, we can choose one or two transformative themes and stick on it. Like I said, we can choose tech, we can choose innovation, we can choose culture. Symbolic partnerships. Rwanda chose Arsenal and PSG to market their brands. UAE chose global expositions. There are quite a lot of expos, trade fairs that happen in Rwanda almost every week and every month. And then they choose global expos and luxury brands. Ghana chose CSR programs. Nigeria can choose partner with global brands and personalities to align their brands. Included messaging. Rwanda has a central control. The guy in Rwanda is a dictator, no doubt about that. But perhaps he's a benevolent dictator. But I hear it's not that benevolence. I hear he's a hard guy, and the Rwanda don't complain. A guy like in Nigeria, if a guy like that were in Nigeria should certainly complain. But he's delivering the goods, even if forcibly. So Rwanda has a centralized control. UAE has a vision-led campaigns. Ghana has a consistent corporate identity. Nigeria can align with government, private sector, and to carve an image and then stick with it. Tangible proof points. Kigali, in Rwanda, they have the Kigali Convention Center. UAE has a Burj Khalifa, the free zones. The Burj Khalifa remains the most iconic brand in the UAE. Everybody who goes to UAE will see the Burj Khalifa and say, look, we are doing well. Then Ghana will have the 4G expansion. Nigeria can showcase real infrastructure, tech, and creative wins. Youth and global appeal. In case of Rwanda, they did that by digital storytelling. UAE by futuristic design. Ghana by vibrant rebranding. And in Nigeria, we can make brand language modern, relatable, and inspiring. Now, there are probably gaps that we are beginning to see. What is wrong with our story? Now, ideally, for us, there's a weak national narrative. The gap is no single big story, no negative headlines dominates. Like I said before, the week was Quam 1, Quam 2, and the kind of things, but no real big story. If we made a big story consistent and all that, so the whole idea is craft and repeat. Nigeria, Africa's innovative powerhouse. That should be a single purpose story that Nigerians can go a long way. Continue to think. Nigeria is Africa's innovative powerhouse. Poor coordination. The music is the message and the theme is usually disconnected, private and tourism messaging, But Nigeria can have a central authority or war room. Now, ask myself, have you noticed that information around government or information about Nigeria is around Tinubu and his media advisors? The question is, what is even the information minister? I don't hear his voice. The information minister of Nigeria, I don't hear his voice in many, no, nothing. No initiate, nothing. Many years, in the years of Jerry Ghana also, used to talk about this MAMSA or something, MAMSA and all that kind of thing. And then there's a Nigerian guy who also did Nigerian orientation agency. We heard about that kind of thing. I mean, we heard about what they did and that kind of thing. But these days, everything is around Tinubu and government and the APC and that kind of thing. It's not right. APC does not represent Nigeria. The president's own information, media advisors do not speak the story about Nigeria.
And information, even when they talk about Obi.
Yeah, they talk. Yeah, I mean, which is petty. Yeah, abuse and that kind of thing. Yeah. But the country and the kind of things we need are even a lot bigger than that. So we can go beyond all that. And then, so what we say is that they have to create a central PR authority and a war room. Somebody has to be seen in charge. And in this case, in the context of Nigeria, it should be the Minister of Information. Within his cabinet, within his ministry, or there should be a war room that controls this narrative. The kind of thing that Doraco did in our time. That we said reactive media engagement. Now the gap is responding to crisis instead of standing the agenda. They respond to crisis. Every time is about reacting. Reacting. Like you said, attack Obi, attack Atiku, attack EDC. Is that one anything? That doesn't mean anything. Or when there is a crisis in there. In fact, have you know that these days when there's crisis in there, maybe the flood crisis, the flood issue in Niger, it took government about almost 1 week to respond to. Then the killings in Plateau and all that, it took about 3 or 4 days for government to respond officially to what had happened. Then this thing should be proactive. So central government of Nigeria should actually set the agenda, and not be reactive. Government should not be seen to be responding all the time. They should be setting the agenda, about what happens. So we need to fix proactive storytelling in the global media. Symbolic partnerships. The gap is no global brand association with excellence. Nigeria is not affiliated with any, there's no global brand. Even the football, the people are making happy these days are the girls, not even the guys anymore. And nobody talking, when the Super Eagles, every time Super Eagles is on showcase, we have our heart in our heart in our mouth. You know, the girls seem to have more, so maybe we now may need to change, even though I know that women's soccer is not the same as men's soccer anyway, I know. But it looks like the girls have brought us more joy, more laughter, more happiness. You know, maybe we need to have less emphasis on the Super Eagles and look at the Falcons. Maybe, just maybe, and then build a way through them. You know, because the boys seem to be a disappointment all the time. You know, look at the Nations Cup; they are struggling. The other day it was against Sudan, a country that's in war. They lost a match. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? Nigeria, of all things. You know, that's embarrassing. Shouldn't be. You know, these small things help, but these small things also help. Now, we said partner with FIFA, other expos, you know, that are leading tech brands. PR without reform backing. Message in order to real progress. Now we can link PR campaigns to tangible infrastructure and policy milestones. Underuse diaspora influence. Influential Nigerians abroad not engaged. Nigeria has a strong diaspora community, no doubts. Nigerians are doing great things. Nigerians are doing great things and contesting elections and winning in Canada, in UK, in America. They're doing well, you know. But most of this, and then doing well too in the medical scheme in the UK. What do you call it again? You know, it's control. I mean, they're mostly Nigerians and Indians who are there. But when it comes to, nobody talks about these things, you know. It's possible that when the Nigerians go abroad to go and do their medicals, you see encounter Nigerian doctors who ran away from Nigeria, you know. So that's something to build about. But are they engaged? Are they really engaged with what's going on at home and all that, you know? So we need to build a formal diaspora ambassador program. Not the kind of thing that Abike Dabiri does by abusing and that. It's not necessary. Yeah. So low youth digital engagement. There's a limited viral and influencer-led programs. How to fix it? Co-create with Gen Z creators and digital influencers. There's quite a lot happening in tech. Furthermore, we can do the phone. Adopt transparent communication strategies. Adopt a centralized reputation management. In other words, create a Nigeria reputation management group. Reduce the over-reliance on political spokespersons instead of professional communicators. According to Nigeria Institute of Public Relations, Nigeria faces a reputation crisis if these things are not done. Yeah, we're almost getting there. Now, what are the economic payouts of good PR? We talked about PR, and what does good PR, what does it do? Good PR will lower perceived risk. Positive image lowers borrowing costs and improves credit ratings. Strong PR attracts investors before they visit or research. Tourism revenue boost. Perception drives arrivals, boosting hospitality, retail, and transport. I mean, we saw what happened in Dirty December. Dirty December was just Lagos, because Lagos seems to be maybe the safest place in Nigeria, maybe. Yeah, those of us who come from the East and all that know the cost, know what it means to travel to the East during Christmas and all that, you know. Akwa is peaceful, so fine. But yeah, it needs to be marketed too. It needs to be well marketed and all that, and then sold as a tourist. So Dirty December will not just be about Lagos. I mean, we heard what this Dirty December, the kind of revenue that Lagos rate in terms of hotels, tourism, and all that kind of thing in Lagos. And like I said, even the guys who came from abroad for Dirty December in Lagos was well marketed as a concept, but it's also something that you can develop, nationally. You know, so that all the holiday makers don't just come from Lagos now. Some of them are also Easterners and Northerners. You know, when they come, they should spread and go to their home areas and see the kind of things they're also doing in those areas. So that's why I said perception drives arrivals, boosting hospitality, retail, and transport. Good PR also increases export competitiveness. Strong country brands command premium prices for goods. Good PR attacks talent attraction and retention. Dynamic national image draws and keeps skilled professionals. Soft power leverage. Good PR will influence regional, global policy, trade, and negotiations. In summary, good PR will attract strategic PR strengthens reputation, drives investments, tourism, trade, and talent, and therefore boosts GDP. Perception drives investment. Investment drives growth. Action plan. Yeah, we don't talk. After the talk now, what the question is, how do we move forward? Because that's actually where the like they say now in local parlance, that's where the cocoa is. Action plan for Nigeria's PR. First thing is to define a core narrative. There has to be a core narrative. Nigeria, Africa's creative and tech superpower. Nigeria, Africa's creative and tech superpower. That's where we excel. It doesn't have to be this, but the experts can sit down, create a narrative that sells.
And we'll focus on it.
And then focus on it. Focus on it. Establish a national brand council, central PR, because PR to make a message sip. It's not like I said. You have to sip. PR does. It's not. The message doesn't have to be disjointed. It must be central. That's why I said somebody has to coordinate, not 10 media advisors that had to attack Obi and all that. It's not PR. I mean, 10 media advisors, Buala and all that. I just put them in a room that attacking Obi or defending Tinubu is not Nigeria's. Should be Nigeria's economic policy. No, it's not. It's the information minister. Incidentally, unfortunately, too, I don't hear too much of his voice in these things. Yes, I don't know. It's not. It's not. He should do more. Should be more visible. So he should. The information minister of Nigeria should take ownership of this and establish a PR and brand office, coordinating all messaging, including government, private sector, and diaspora. This is one area where I doubt whether the Dangotes of this world, or the $10 or the Malus and all that would disagree. None of them would disagree in this matter. That we need to reshape Nigeria's image. It's not magic. They will not disagree. The private sector will not disagree. All they basically sit in a room, a brand room, and then create a message that resonates. And launch global partnerships. Sponsor sports. I mean, sports is strategic. Sports is strategic. It's not just okay. If the Super Eagles is not doing what they need to do, but the girls are doing well. We need to. I know it's not by rewarding them with $100,000 or unnecessarily, but the other things to do. I mean, yeah, deliberately create and invest and encourage football, basketball, and all other sports. Whether swimming, encourage other sports where there could be visibility to drive Nigeria's image. That would be good business. Sponsor sports, culture, and innovation events. Partner with tech giants, host major summits. Music is a great thing in Nigeria. The world, Africa, and the world appreciates Nigeria's music. The world and Africa appreciates Nigeria's Nollywood. That would be a good starting point. Tech industry, the young guys are also doing very well in tech. Yeah, the fintechs and all that, they are doing very, very well. They expanded, and Nigerians are also doing well in that sector. We can start from there. Align PR with tangible reforms. Link campaigns to visible reforms. Publish quarterly progress reports. Now there's a minister for innovation. There's a young guy who does digital economy or something. There's a minister for digital economy or something. Digital something. No, not the lady. There's a guy. There's a guy who does. There's a guy who. Yeah. Yeah. What I'm saying is that I've not heard so much about him recently. But
during the campaign, he criticized
Okay. Then.
Yeah, so much. So when he put him there,
yeah, then he became.
Supporters were against it, but he but the guy has been.
He have been soaked in,
Even in the house, he justified his comments in the Senate.
So such a guy, and a young guy too, yeah. So yeah.
Brought from UK also.
Yeah, such a guy can. Yeah. Such a guy can. I mean, he's an asset to have anyway. It's not an asset to have, but he can be built around. They can use him to do something in the regional PR, and then activate diaspora networks. Nigeria has a strong diaspora community. Nigeria's Global Ambassadors Program to promote investment and advocacy. Go digital first for global youth. Influencer-led programs, short films, and creative challenges. 7, measure, review, and adapt. Track sentiments, FDI, tourism, annual crisis PR protocol. Of course, like we say in private sector, everything. And what you cannot measure. Or how do they say it again? What you can't measure, you can't. What you must. But basically, to give the content that everything you do must measure. Whatever you put out, you must be able to measure. There must be a measuring instrument for something. So, influence of PR2 can also be measured in terms of what they do and all that. So we said measure, review, and adapt. Track sentiment, FDI, tourism, annual review, crisis PR protocol. Establish a kind of region that adapt that. And then media engagement. Build trust through transparency and credible voices. When the media, when the voices are not transparent, when there's a twist, when you get the impression that all our government does is to twist a story that all of us, like we say in Nigeria, all of us see koro. Or suddenly when a one sits in front of a player and say, come and kill me, all of us are in discipline. And then 1 week after, I make him a brand ambassador. And that will twist it. It doesn't resonate with intelligence. It not tells us that this is a twist, this is a spin, and it's not right. All of us see. So media engagement has to be transparent and credible. Now the time to act is now. There's no point for procrastination. We have the choice to rebrand now or risk regressing further. If we don't do that now, all these things you are talking about, I mean, next year will be a whole year of elections. And I'm sure they will in governance. From January to December next year, I'll probably be talking about politics. So it's not about no procrastination. These things are the action plan we've recommended now. I think they can do now. They don't have to wait till tomorrow, and it's doable. It's not as if it's there's no rocket science about it. They can do it now. So what we say here is that, in conclusion, what we say, they have a choice to rebrand now or risk regressing further. If they don't do it now, Nigeria will keep going down. And that's why the president will leave. I mean, he's gone to this morning or so, or yesterday, he has gone to he'll go to Dubai, he'll go to Japan, he'll go to where? Yeah, no, not China. He'll go to Japan, no, Brazil. There's a state visit in Germany. He'll go to Dubai, Japan, and then Brazil. Brazil is state visit. Huh? Now, in 9 months, the president is visiting Brazil for the 3rd time in 9 months. What we think, however, is that when you make yourself too available, then you don't become too. You know what it means. Yeah. Yeah, he visited once. Lula, he visited once and invited him there. But this is the 3rd time the president is going to. For 9 months, the president visited Brazil 3 times. So he's probably making himself too available. Too available, and it's not. Yeah, that's right. So some of these things are where you can send your ministers or even your ministers of state to attend. So all these conferences are not the ambassadors. And look, we don't have ambassadors anywhere. Yeah. So these are not things. These are not. It's not. It doesn't have to be every. It doesn't have to be everywhere. It doesn't have to attend to every conference. These are things you can do, and then send people to do them for you. Yeah. Second in command, or even ministers to attend. So it's not, and if they don't do it now, Nigeria will continue to regress. I mean, 2.5 years after, no ambassadors in any country, this is this month. Next month there will be UNGA, the United Nations, whatever. They usually attend. Last year he didn't go. He sent the vice president to attend last year's UNGA. This year he may want to go himself. That's to New York. Now, before we know it, the year will finish. Next year, all politics and elections. So if they don't do it now, the situation will continue to get worse. Which is the kind of thing we don't want. So what we say, PR is an investment in economic security. It's intelligent. It's not anything rocket science. To make a country greater, to attract FDI. All these FDIs is chasing in Brazil, it's chasing in Japan, Dubai, or whatever. These are things, if there's a coordinated and strategic PR communication policy and drive, Nigeria can also attract those investments. It doesn't have to go himself. So what we say is that PR is an investment in economic security. If we do not define Nigeria's story, someone else will, and we will pay for it. That's our call to action. Nigeria's story is ours to tell, and the world is ready to listen. Core message: we can't outsource our reputation. If we don't define Nigeria's narrative, somebody else will. PR is not a cost. PR is not a cost. And as it applies to Nigeria, as it applies to President Tinubu, it also applies to state governors. PR is not a cost. It's an investment that lowers borrowing costs, attracts FDI, boosts tourism, and inspires confidence. Every reform, innovation, and success story must be told, repeated, and amplified at home and abroad. Every reform, innovation, and success story must be told, repeated, and amplified at home and abroad. Finally, our call to action is unite. Government, private sector, and diaspora speaking with one voice. It's doable. It cuts across politics. It's not about APC or PDP or ADC or whatever. It's about government, the private sector, and diaspora speaking with one voice. Fund strategic PR like infrastructure. As they put money for Third Mainland Bridge, and put money for Qatar Bridge, put money for what else? Lagos Coastal Road. As they make those investments, they must also fund PR in a strategic manner, like I call it infrastructure. PR is not journalism. It's not about issuing press statements, abusing and attacking. It's not about that. It's about strategic position of the country. Align messaging with visible reforms and measurable progress. It must be seen. Inspire young Nigerians, co-creators of the brand. So finally, we say the messaging is Nigeria powering Africa's future in tech, culture, and innovation. That's our tagline. Powering Nigeria's future in tech, culture, and innovation. Those are our strong points, and we can amplify that to the world. That's my story. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The convener, I don't know if we could quickly add one or two things.
Okay. Okay.
Please, sorry to cut in like this.
Come closer, yeah.
There is an emerging issue now because of Banquet.
Okay.
Because
Lisa,
of Banquet and
Banquet
Banquet.
has exposed these voluntary airlines.
okay. Yeah.
That anything can be carried across a security.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only stop because of
Yeah.
who you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which means any airline that moves out of Nigeria
Yeah.
anywhere
Yeah.
will be subjected to another level of
So scrutiny. That's right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it would mean as you are coming out of a Nigerian plane,
Yeah.
you have to go through a security check.
Yeah. In a normal way, the other
Just like
people.
in Dubai, you know, when you come out of Dubai airport, you go to the city.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You scan everything you come in with.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to happen to a plane that
Yeah.
gets off from Nigeria.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to scan whoever
Yeah.
comes out of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because we've created that environment.
Yeah.
The minister in short has enabled that.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Against Nigeria.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you. Agree.
So
That's a good point. Thanks.
the $100,000
Yeah.
should have been used for academy for this year.
Yeah.
The 2025 World African Cup of Nations Women Champions has this created this academy for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
To be known for life.
Yeah.
That will stand for life.
Yeah.
It's going to create women football academy.
Academy. That's right.
That for government people, it will become a trust.
Yeah.
Where people can invest.
You invest, that's right.
Can put money.
Yeah, yeah.
You can do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Then finally, we Nigerian businessmen should start packaging trips to African countries, not the government.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Nigerian businessmen should stop.
Should
Yeah.
package themselves to
Yeah.
take a business trip
Trips
to Japan.
to Japan. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. And not government. That's right. Yeah.
Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia. That's right.
To anywhere, not government.
Yeah.
Because of integrity.
Yeah.
Because they believe that the government is not so much in code.
Trustworthy. That's right. Yeah.
That let what we talk about the current section has very good is less than 1%.
That's right.
Now, why is your that 98%? Of these 1% of these 99% are endowed to run this.
That's right.
invest in this.
That's right. Yeah.
If Dangote moves out, Tony Elumelu,
Yeah. Yeah.
Chief
Otodala. Yeah. All of, yeah. Yeah.
all of them move out.
Yeah.
These are the investment opportunities
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
available in
Over in Nigeria. That's right. Yeah. 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 This will. That's right.
will now
Yeah.
see that the private
Yeah. Sector is yeah, that's right. It's inspired. That's right. It's inspired and takes charge of that narrative. Yeah. 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 That's right. Driving investment policies. That's right. Yeah.
So these are just a few things and this part of about.
Yeah, that's right.
Before I go, please. Your paper is a working document.
Okay.
It's a document that needs to be taken and implemented on paragraph by paragraph basis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the kind comment. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ken, the other time I wrote Chief Ken Ihedioha. You corrected me and said simply Ken Ihedioha or Mr. Ken Ihedioha. After this paper, I think I will move it up again to Chief Ken Ijezie. Thank you so much. When the last time you came here, 2 months ago, June 13, 2025, you did a wonderful presentation. And because I'm a national fan, we normally like fielding our very best. Continuity, as it were. When Arsene Wenger was there, he was there for decades because he was delivering. As a good coach, one shouldn't be changing the winning team. So when this edition came again, I came in, boss, and you said you are available. You will do justice to it. And normally, what I normally do from day 1, October 2023, I decide the theme of the conference, and I decide the keynote address topic, because I'm the one delivering. But I now forward the keynote address topic and the theme of the conference to potential guest speakers. It's them that choose the topics they want, not me at all. I haven't ever chosen any topic. So when you chose this topic, rebranding or regressing, I was like, how will it fit into what we are doing? I didn't want to say, why don't you do this or that? But today, like the second paper presenter, Edima Ekpo, just summarize. This year paper is a working document. Good thing that you have it in slides. I will distribute it to our people later in the day, but it's a working document. The government, whatever we are doing here, the government has to listen, because we made it clear that we are not criticizing the government negatively. We have given critics, as it were. And you and Edima Ekpo, the second paper presenter that will take on the podium by 12:30, you said that though I criticized the Minister of Power, but that in your location in Lagos here, Edima, I don't know how he calculates this, he said in June, it was 95% NEPA or Ikeja Disco light for the entire June, 95%. And he said in July it dropped to either 92 or 93. That he hasn't done this that of August. Anthony Village, that I haven't calculated, but it will probably be the same with Magodo, where Edima lives, of 95% or even surpassing it. My brother came in during the week and saw my two dusty fuel generators and was asking me, how can he get those generators since I'm no longer interested in using them for over 24 months back to Onitsha, so that he can put them in good use. I said, well, it depends on you. They are here for you. Anytime you can see how you can take it, take it. I don't need them again. My critique of the Minister of Power is not because I'm not benefiting from whatever. You said it's whatever they have done. You don't know about the point is that you have light, you have light. I equally have light all the time. But the point is that when you hear stories from people living in Onitsha, from my brethren in Ozobo, some of them claim they have an average of 3, 4, 5 hours a day. Yeah, we know that probably because of this band A, energy that should have been distributed round equally for equity is now given to people who can afford to pay.
It's actually more expensive now.
Yeah, it's more expensive, but I must be frank, I don't mind even if it goes up a bit higher, because the wahala of generator is terrible.
Servicing the fuel.
Terrible. During COVID or so, I repaired my diesel generator with close to 500,000, servicing and all kinds of things. And the guy that did the servicing for me, He lives 2, 3, 4 houses from me. He goes on this latest, what is it called? This pickup. Is it not Tacoma, but something like that? A generator repairer. That's what he drives now. So when people say that the cost of Band A is high, I say even if they double it again, you just become conscious when you are leaving your house. If you are not using your freezer or this, you put them on and off, and they leave whatever is available. So what I'm saying in effect is that though I'm a beneficial of whatever they are doing to give us light in Anthony Village and some mainland places that are Band B, they should equally consider people who are in Onitsha, who are in Ozobo, and possibly people who are in Ajegule here. They shouldn't just give the light only to people who can afford it by Band A. Everybody should benefit from it. Anyway, that's by the way. So Ken, thank you very much for this erudite presentation. You gave it to me early this morning or late yesterday night. That's the 23 slides. I will look at it and digest it. And if there are some governmental agencies I'm close to, I will forward it to them. But the newspapers have already started forwarding some to the newspapers. My keynote address has already been to the newspaper, and when I drop this microphone now, I will forward this to them, and let's see how government can. This is an unsolicited conference we are doing. They are not they didn't ask us to do it, but we felt like Warren Buffett, my mentor, says, if you are in the top 1% of humanity, you owe it to the other 99% to think about the humanity, to think about what we are doing. So I feel, with all due humility, that I am in the top 1% of humanity in my village, Ozobo, Mudunu, in Anambra State, in Lagos, where I live, and in the world. So if I'm in the top 1% of humanity, and I decided voluntarily to retire in December 2014, over 10 years ago, what should I be doing? And I decided I won't be a politician because I don't know how they play this game. When they see bad, they call it good. So I will, His Excellency. Good afternoon, sir. No, it's a wonderful opportunity. Good afternoon, Doc.
Bless you, sir.
All the best. Thank you, sir. Welcome. We are virtually on a virtual program. Yeah. So, like before I got nicely, I would say, interrupted by Bishop Dr. Victor Mbanese, who just walked in now. Since I retired, and I'm a mentee of Warren Buffett, who says that if you are in the topmost 1% of humanity, you owe it to the other 99% to do what we are doing now. What are we doing? We are just advising government unsolicited of how to turn around Nigeria's economy. Before now, we are doing a national task conference when President Tinubu instituted the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. We just started it so as to help them. And after a while, in one of our conferences, I think April 2024, I did say that the silence of the committee was getting too loud. They were so silent as if they weren't interested. But they have finished the work, sent it to the Senate and the National Assembly, and there was this talk then about they should withdraw, the president should withdraw it. I stood my ground. I hope some people were listening there, and I said no, that during the Obasanjo era, he wanted 9 bills, and I was in Sheraton with the retinue of the ICAM president then, Dr. Mrs. Egine Kanwa Opareke, and they came to Sheraton and supported that the bills with the National Assembly then should be promulgated, so that we have a good tax status. But I think during Obasanjo's era, about the third term wahala, the Senate president then decided, or the Constitution decided to trash the baby with the baby water and left everything. So when this one came around, I just focused that we should be on the other side, telling Nigerians that we need a better tax statute. And eventually, as God will have it, it has been signed, despite all the Ncholokoto. It has been signed. And the 9th edition of, because we stopped at 8th edition of the tax conference and started this one, which is on the 4th. So on October 10, 2025, after today, we shall start planning. We'll be planning for the 9th edition, so that we tell Nigerians what this tax status are all about, with a view, because instead of allowing the government, because government must function whether we like it or not, and if they don't raise revenues from taxation, the World Bank and the IMF, I don't know the day they struck, the World Bank and the IMF will give them the money on loans for our children and grandchildren to pay over 40, 50 years' time. And because they got that loan, they won't be interested, Nigerians won't be interested in how the governance is going on. But if we are paying taxes like they do abroad, I haven't been there, in America they call it Uncle Sam or somebody, by January, all the tax consultants and the lawyers will be engaged, because people will be smart enough to comply with the tax laws. If we do it here, and you see somebody who never used to pay taxes and they will slam him with, say, 10 million, the person will smart up. So we'll be doing the next edition in 2 months' time at this same venue. And now that our Oga is here, let me say it in his presence. I appreciate you, sir. What you have done to me, or to us, to our team, if you haven't done it, seriously speaking, we wouldn't be this consistent and resilient in doing this course every 2 months. The physical presence has dwindled because of what we are talking about today. Transportation costs is so high now that people coming from Agbara to come and attend it, they would rather hook on YouTube to listen to it. So I thank you once again. And the next paper, we will take a break now to relax, strengthen our legs. The next paper is coming up at 12:30, and it will be on fiscal resilience, prudence, financial prudence, to be done by Mr. Edima Ben Ekpo, FCA. Like I said, he retired as a deputy general manager at United Bank for Africa. He's around, but we're having a break now. By 12:30, we start on. His slides, he sent me his slides yesterday or early this morning, 25 slides. So we have a ball. The other 2 paper presenters are on their way because their shift is in the afternoon. Dr. Charles Udogu, retired director, and Pastor Felix Jarikre, who unfortunately thought the conference was yesterday and drove all the way from Aja to this place. But he just told me he's on his way. So probably he will take us from 3 to 4. Thank you. By 12:30, we're back. You will make it good.
Why people are not coming
Chairman,
again?
come and slap me and
People are not coming again.
the economy is so bad, but I will motivate them in the next one.
You have to find a way now. What's making them not to come?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, come and join us now.
People are eating now.
Huh?
People are eating food.
Yeah, they are eating.
They are eating food. They should.
Yeah, we are eating now.
Know that what you are saying is very important.
But economy, that's can you hear your Banex. Banex himself. Himself.
So he's been providing all the.
If you are looking for Banex, see Banex.
That's a. Sometimes reputation goes a long way.
You see when you were saying about PR or something, I said I will forward all these things to you. This PR own is something else.
There's also the Banex in Ajao.
The one in Anthony Village?
Not Anthony Village. Is it Anthony Village, yes. What about there's a Banex plaza on Solo.
Okay, yes. I say anything Banex. Banex Plaza in Abuja. The one on the Ikorodu Road.
Okay.
Thank God.
Sometimes, see what I'm talking about. Sometimes this PR thing goes a long way.
What are you saying?
That your reputation always goes ahead.
What are you saying?
Your reputation as a person always goes ahead of you before the physical things you see. So when I go to Brazil or go to Japan or whatever, the things you do locally.
Yeah,
the things you do locally that attracts. Yeah, and then there's the name too that attracts. So when you say good name, good brand,
I said this your paper.
So a good brand is not something to joke with.
No, not at all.
A brand name is not something to joke with. So as soon as they dent on that brand, it's positive.
Anytime I pass Ikorodu Road and I see.
How do you get people here now? People come and enjoy it.
No, in October 1, they will come.
You are not social media advertising.
We do social media now. We do, but
Because when people are here trying to train, if you see the people physically, it motivates.
Exactly. Just like in football. If people are not in the field, all these Cristiano Ronaldo logo, they score like that.
When they were doing football, do that Convener, they were still playing football. So when you are speaking, how many people are listening, or how after that you now?
Leo, how many people were online? You checked?
Yeah, very much.
Because some people are supposed to connect to the online now.
Yeah, it's online. They're up to 20? What happened? And I publicize this in that place. Anyway, the one on taxation, we see what we do. Because I want
well, you just keep hitting it. Hitting the message.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
And after the newspaper, people will publicize it, etc. They normally come out in newspapers. But these ones are critics about the government, so people will not so much be interested.
Just to be consistent in the message.
Yes.
Just keep consistent in the message.
When the taxation one, the first one we did in October in Banex Hotel in Anthony, the very first one, October 2020, we had close to 70 people. Because that time was physical.
Yes,
And when people in abroad they said let's be doing initially I refused because I know what it will come. Even people in Lekki here will not come here because they will be in their house.
But do you know that majorly events in the mainland will attract people of Akaliba? Events in the island for younger people who are not too. So if you are not interested. Young people, these Jersey, they have their own way. But people at our age,
but they
prefer social media.
Social Zoom, they will just be on it.
But when somebody is in social media, he may be distracted by many things also.
For the fact that but if you are here,
if you take time
no, that time if you are here, that time when people they will stay till the end. No, we see what we do. This is the worst.
Yeah, because in Anthony Village,
I actually have an appointment.
Thank you.
I'm very busy for the first time, sir. Which of these towns now? Oru.
We are high school.
I know a lot of Oruku. I know a lot of Oruku. Oruku is that's this guy from Yeah, okay. Name your
Name is our opposite us.
Name your name this girl from Aba.
Sorry.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let me eat, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
It keeps coming on and off. It keeps
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. I presented one paper, but I have to listen to one paper, so I have to listen to one presentation. I've presented my own paper. Yeah, but I have to listen to other presentations. I've done my own. Sunday also, Hero Airport. Now, also in the go for, can you imagine? Also in the go for thank you very much. Thank you. Although today, next week. Now, it's all she did like this. I got kind of energy. Come back, go for it.
You.
I don't know.
There's a lot of people not here.
I'm in.
You. There's a lot of people not here. So maybe the next one I will do it YouTube. What do you think?
maybe it's to promote. Maybe it's to promote
Are you doing your personal work here?
Yeah, just a little. No, nothing here. Just a little.
You're meeting Banex for the first time?
Yeah,
I think I've met him once.
Here.
Yeah.
Forward me the pictures.
Okay.
Banex? Yes, sir. But you said this one will work. It's not working.
Okay, this one is not fully the screen. This one is not fully the
What
screen.
of the other two TVs?
They are okay, maybe because they took light. That's why.
Okay. You send me the pictures.
Yes.
has another hotel by the seaside in Lekki here, and he moved into his apartment house about 2-3 years ago, a walking distance from here, 3 or 4 stories. Then he has the one in Abuja. When I met him in 2019, I told him I would like him to transform the one in Anthony into the NGS, Nigerian Strategist. He said, no, if he wants, that the Abuja one, he would take into it. And the Abuja one 2019 was worth 15 billion. So each of them, is like this. Each of them is so now the one in Orugu. The one in Orugu, because in 2020, before I set up a Blue Nothing Hopeful, Orugu people invited me in a relay access where they were doing their meeting. So he had taken order from the secretary that he will be coming to see how humble he is. The secretary said, now your friend, they give us talk. I think every month they bring somebody to give, and the talk is given is on a Corona market. I use the Uber to go. So he said I should ask the Uber person to go away that he will carry me back to since we live in the same estate. And after finishing that, the Sunday, that's why he was, anyway, that one is because he's in a meeting, so about, it's a village meeting, people were come and see billionaires in there. It was after that he said he got motivated to continue with a plaza in our room, about 6-story building or 4. Build this. Ah.
And still very humble, very humble.
Yeah, it's because he has a church ministry. Here is where that's why all these equipment. About 3 months ago, because I now became close to the wife, the wife told me to assist them market one estate they have in where is it called? In Accra. He has an estate in Accra. The one I know is the one in Chicago. One of my friends is managing it. This guy is good. This one again, billionaire, at times if I talk in the forum, I will say billionaire, not in Naira, but in dollar. It's a billionaire in dollar. Very humble.
I like his ministry. You don't know.
If I hadn't introduced you, you would take it.
I thought it was one of the one speaker in the beginning.
When he was coming, I didn't see him, but I thought it's the doctor speaker. I don't know why human beings at times, there are certain things I won't do. The doctor speaker that Dr. Charles Udogu, that we've been communicating till yesterday night. All of a sudden, I thought he would speak after me. That's why I keep
And he lives in Lagos.
Of course, he lives in Lagos now. Maybe Sulera or Fiscal or wherever. This is like the one.
No word about what.
And I keep funneling all these things. He keeps reading them. Because my paper, I have posted it to him. The initial advert I did that it will start out. But I don't know. But I still come. Just that the PR and the personal distance. If you are cut somewhere, you're not just a participant. You're a paper presenter. And I had done it that he will speak first, Edima will speak second, you will speak third, and then the pastor will speak last. The pastor came here yesterday and said he came here yesterday. Meanwhile, I keep putting this in, you keep reading it in your inbox. I keep putting reminders, the date, and he just came yesterday.
But that means you have the pastor paper.
Oh, 2 of them haven't given me.
Because if you're not supposed to be my
I really don't know. But Edima told me before now, but he didn't tell me the timing. Now he has this thing to go. Yeah, for 30 minutes online. So he must be somewhere now doing it with them. Online appointment. He said he come down by 12:30. Do it so. Human relations, it gets as a deal. Just like the last one we did. Either the last one or the last one. One of the paper presenters didn't show up, didn't apologize. That's 2 months until today. He's a member of our phone. Sometimes he will throw something in the phone, right in the phone. Until today, so I keep imagining, did I do anything wrong with him? No.
And I accepted it. He accepted it. He accepted it.
He has been doing papers for me now 2-3 times. I couldn't. How do I know him? Because at times when you don't know, I don't know how to explain it. My stockbroker I wanted to come and lecture told me he doesn't have time or whatever, but that he has somebody who is an educator. Are you following?
Yeah.
Okay, not to lecture. There was a program. Yeah, to lecture, but this one was paid for in Ikeja. One of our guys asked me to that they are doing something for NMPC. You follow?
Yeah.
And gave me the topics. So I took one on corporate governance.
Yeah.
And I said this one to be for me. Then I go find somebody who will do the NGS one.
Yeah.
So I told my stockbroker, I said, he doesn't have time, but he has somebody who can do it perfectly. And we got this guy. And he was handsomely paid because I think probably 300,000 for 2 days. Personally, I got 150 for the NMPC, whatever. And he did it, and because I listened to him, I knew he can. So when I did something on that line, I put him here. He did very well, and I put him in the next one. He runs one stuff they call groceries radio. So one Friday he invited me. I moved to the place on the Ikorodu Road, and I did. So I now thought we don't become party.
Yeah.
Then when I took the other one, I put his name, and just like I keep embossing you people,
That's
because
right.
at times I emboss you people
Yeah.
so that anybody who wait, I keep embossing him. The day of this thing, I embossed him as well. We did the first 3 papers, so was bound to be the last one. The guy didn't show up. I thought probably something must have happened. Only for him to, at times I will see his post in the phone. I just say human beings are something else. So this doctor now, if I see him today, it will be the second time I see him. Because when I went to Ozobo, when I retired in December 2014, I went to Ozobo. So when I went, I said, with all my whatever, that I should be able to bring a physical bank in Ozobo. So somebody who was working in a Sky Bank from my village gave me his number. I said, Nabigo guy, he is in Enugu. So I communicated with him, I called him. He now agreed to visit Ozobo. When he was coming, he was regional director. When he was coming, he brought the regional manager in charge of Onitsha branch. So, and 2 of them came to, and we inspected a couple of premises. But in 2015, when we were now started, he told me to write a concise business plan, amongst other things. So I wrote it, but before he could do anything, Skybank had an issue, and that was it. So if I say yeah today, it will be the second time, but I'm surprised.
That's management.
Surprised because what I'm sending, because even my paper, I haven't sent yours to anybody. I've sent my own, send the initial whatever I did to tell them I will be starting. He read them. You follow?
Yeah.
So even if he's not the one with the full handbook, somebody will tell him see, and your name is Sia. I don't know. No, if Edima comes, and we get started, by the time we finish his son, if those 2 people are not here, we call it a day.
That's life.
But if I'm the one, if I'm not disposed, I will say I'm not disposed. Instead of messing up whatever.
That's the cost of it. As I say, sometimes the reputation always goes ahead of you.
I don't, some of these things, I don't take them to heart. Because if you take certain things to heart, you will break down. even a phone call. And yesterday, the man told me, how do I get to Banex Plaza? When I finished telling him, boss, I now pasted it in the open phone before them, so that people will see the location. I still get amazed at some human relations. If you had a problem, it's not for me to be asking you, do you have a problem locating here, or do you have any emergency? It's for you to tell me.
It's called courtesy.
Because I'm expecting you. I will not talk to him more. It doesn't show up, right? So be it.
All right, that's life.
This other one that now says that is off for 30 minutes. 30 minutes on pass. I think the problem is that I'm belittling this stuff. If because when I was doing it in Sheraton, I was charging around 100,000. You come there, you won't come. You buy, you come. I just that I feel that there's no need. There's no need. Do you know where this Edima is? Okay, like you said, Anthony or mainland is it? Anthony or mainland?
Yeah, it will attract more of people on this picture.
No, Anthony or mainland is it? If he's there. Was that a non?
Yes.
It was, so they will be hearing all the things we are saying. How did you do that? Students have put enough sense.
Okay.
Huh? They were. But how many people were online?
Yeah, no, I think at some point it was about 3 people then.
Go and check how many.
Okay, I'll check. I'll mute. Yeah.
Anytime we're not on, you mute it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I wanted to do some of these things in Sheraton. You remember now? But the cost they were giving me is strenuous. Because if it's Sheraton, for God's sake, people will come and like to eat, especially if it's free of charge. Sure, you muted it.
I'm doing that now.
Let's see if I can see any of this, where this guy is. Huh? Yeah, he does it. We now go for break, and from there off we go. this man with his whatever. It's on?
Yes, sir.
So if I talk, they will hear now?
Yes, I want to play.
Hmm?
Yes, sir. Okay.
So be monitoring it. We are back from break. We planned for 30 minutes, but it's taking us 45 minutes. We needed to relax. So our third paper as it were, the keynote being the first, the PR one by Kenny Hediaha the second, this third one by Mr. Edima Ekpo, FCA, is coming on now by 12:45 for about 1 hour. Then we take it up from there. We'll be talking about, his paper is on fiscal prudence and financial resilience in times of crisis. By Edima Ekpo, FCA, founder and CEO, Edima Ekpo Limited. So let's all stay and listen to what he has to dish out to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My able chief, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Taking me up to join in this engagement we've been doing for the past number of years now, and this happens to be the 4th edition. I'm so happy for you, and thank you for your immense contribution towards the development of our country, because it's beyond economy. This is putting the development of the entire country together. So once again, thank you very much. As the topic I was given is, or I decided to speak about today's fiscal prudence and financial resilience in times of crisis. This is the best time to talk about this, because we are from one crisis mode to the other, if not herdsmen killing. It is somebody trying to block the airline from flying, or it is corruption that is taking another dimension, or some political parties attacked as terrorist organizations by some countries, thereby making us to be as if we are the crime headquarters, which is not so. Those that commit the crime may not even be up to 0.01% of the entire population. Now, even that's too much. May not even be up to 100,000 of the population of over 230 million people. So it is time for us to be here. So we're going to take this, and I'm going to take some definitions. Why are we taking this topic now? What are the key concepts we are supposed to speak about? What are the strategic pillars, the core principles, recommendations we want to put in place, and not only recommendations, implementable action points that will enable us to draw a conclusion at the end of the day. So what do we say? What's the definition we're talking about? We're talking about definition of financial prudence. We say that in general, financial prudence is the exercise of practical wisdom and cautious judgment in decision-making, and knowing when to take calculated risk and when to hold back. Very, very interesting. The world we are running is full of risk. Even sleeping in the night is full of risk. Our music legend fella once said that Akwe wahala for dead body, but double wahala for the owner of dead body. So it becomes there's no way we can take away risk. And are we a risk management organization? No, but we are supposed to put structures, processing system to manage the risk. Because if we don't, we'll be consumed. So in terms of financial realm, this translates to thoughtful planning, What can go wrong? Running scenarios. What can go wrong? What can go wrong in our country? In private sector, what can go wrong in our company? What can make the CEO not to sleep in the night? What can make the president of the country to cut his foreign trip and come back home? What can make a governor not to sleep in the government house and wake up by 12 midnight to go and see him for himself what is happening? So we talk about thoughtful planning of identifying, imaging what can cause us not to sleep. And after that, we talk about what are the measures we are supposed to put in place to save the situation, to mitigate the impact of such exposure. And we talk about disciplined decision-making process, especially when faced with economic uncertainties, just as we are today. What are the economic uncertainties we are facing? So we got about financial resilience. Financial resilience refers to the ability of an individual, starting from a person, to an entity, a company, to a state, sub-national, or a nation to withstand and recover from unexpected financial shock. For individuals, such as job loss, business line loss for organization, liquidity crisis for a company, or we talk about in the wider world, in risk management, we talk about tail events without pre-warning, like flood, fire, regulatory changes, insurgencies, tariff wars as we are facing today, technological changes, emerging products, substitute, supply chain crisis. You know that a company like Dangote Refineries actually brought a lot of supply chain crisis by enabling us to have fuel in Nigeria. The importers are saying, why don't you allow us to import fuel? And we Nigerians say, we need the foreign exchange for something better than fuel, since we can produce in Nigeria. But even though by now we would have thought that the exchange rate was going to go down, because we were told that the fuel importation content was taking close to 60% of our revenue, of our foreign currency revenue. That the fuel importation alone. We were also told that rice importation also was actually consuming a greater portion of our foreign exchange earnings. We were told at a point that for almost a year plus or so, if not more, NNPC could not supply a dime to the National Fund for Sharing, to the states. Why was it that even that the state was owing NNPC over what cost of importing petrol or petroleum products in Nigeria? But today, it's a different ballgame entirely. Dangote has actually brought a chunk supply. And Nigerians said, Dangote, for us to work well, give us petrol. Let Nigeria give you petrol in Naira, and you pay in Naira. So what of the portion we export? So we talk about part of the crisis we have is political alliances, as we can see today. Although they are not 6.5 a dozen, we say it's the same thing. 6.5 a dozen, the same thing. Just like one says half full or half empty, it depends on how you feel, how you look at it. Ideological extremism, that's the belief system we can talk about. Even war. Let's see what's happening in Benue. These are the crises we talk about. Benue, the flood in Niger State. It's very, very funny. In a country, each day we say a boat has capsized dead in the River Niger. 100 people gone, 150 people gone, this one gone. But what preventative measures or measure being put in place? That's a story we'll see later. So you talk about economic downturn, negative economic climate. I read yesterday or early this morning, a lot of companies left Nigeria because of foreign exchange stuff and what have you. Today I'm told those losses have been fully recovered, which is very interesting. So where are we? So why are we talking about this now? Why are we talking about this issue now? So where are we? He said, Nigerian economy is grappling with inflation, debt pressure, corruption, poverty, and fiscal inefficiencies. Inflation, unemployment, they go in the same direction. I remember I listened to one channel data analyst who had a bottle full of water. That was unemployment rate in Nigeria, and the water was like a 40, the container was about a 50 cl container. He took that water, brought a 1 liter container, and poured the same water into a 1 liter container. He couldn't even see anything again. He said, yes, the government removed, said, oh, the unemployment rate is wrong, it's not properly stated. So they took the water in a smaller bottle and put in the bigger bottle, but the same quantity of water. So the guy was wondering, it depends on what you want to see. The unemployment rate is still the same. Corruption has taken over a lot of things in this country. If somebody can stand in front of a plane, a moving plane, and the person is become made an hero today, that means we are made to be a laughing stock in the world. The situation, somebody should have been in detention today. Oh, no. We are patting on the head, patting on the back. Don't worry, we understand. Airlines should be made to do their job very well. Airlines shouldn't do their job very well. Now the question is that from security point 1.2.3, who allowed that guy to cross with that container? The security check, what happened to them? Which means, as a big man as I am, I can come with AK-47 and scan. I will go because I'm a big man. I can carry chemicals, acid, explosive, and enter the plane. Nobody. The poverty has come to stay, according to them. Why? Because I like to listen to this man, a very good Oba Sani. Yes, senator, who said the poverty in the north should not be blamed on anybody. That we had opportunities, we've had more opportunities to turn the situation around. You see, 2 years you want to recognize that the north is poor. What of the past 8 years? Immediate past 8 years? What happened to when the military people were in power? We should not talk. Right, should be blaming ourselves because we are the cause. When you had opportunity of making your people better, although he refused to use the word corruption, he said, we do not want to do it. Now I want to blame someone who will do it for us. Fiscal inefficiencies. It's a serious matter. So what do we need now? We need to be able to withstand, according to business continuity management concepts we do. He said, I must be in operation before crisis, during crisis, and after crisis. What can I put in place like what we had in the late, about 2008, 2010, 27, 28, around that period, when we had economic meltdown, Nigeria stood stronger because we had savings. That's what we used to call excess crude accounts. When the going became tough, we had to put our hand in that money to shock the economy. But today, what do you have? Excess crude accounts is being replaced with the National Wealth Fund, which is managed by Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. But do we really hear much about them? What intervention mechanism are they having? Are they advising those in power on how to borrow, when to borrow, where to borrow, and to borrow, invest in what? I thought that's supposed to be like a think tank, an advisor to the government. Yes, what is going to be the impact of this borrowing in the national wealth of the country? So this paper offers actionable strategies rooted in governance, accountability, and economic foresight. So what are the key concepts? Talk about fiscal prudence, that's disciplined public finance management that ensures budget implementation, efficiency, and accountability. Our budget implementation is always, when we presented the budget in the House, is via fanfare. We turn a business environment to a political environment. We start singing funny songs, start singing a political anthem. That's a political anthem now. I didn't want to say on the manner we stand. So we've invented a political anthem that replaces the core objective of that body. So, budget is, if what we hear is what is real, it's funny. I think the permanent secretary in the National Assembly, that lady came up to spill the beans. That everything capital is being shared. Recording that is supposed to be our own, please allow us. No way. What's efficiency? Do we have even this? What do we do? There are a lot of wastages. I'm sorry, when the presidential fleet or presidential jet is packed in international airport outside Nigeria, how much do we pay in a day? Who pays? We pay, the country pays. May soul rest in peace. During the days of Buhari, the presidential jet was in Heathrow Airport for how many months? And we're paying. And that is the money that should have been deployed to fix primary schools, to fix health. If you don't give us, like, we will try our own, but give us both. Give us build school for our children. To them, their children cannot be in that type of school. So what do? Nobody is accountable for anything. The budget is presented, bam. Approved, bam. As given, bam. We borrow, spend. Do we come back to show or scan? Is there any review process, new review mechanism that comes to tell us that we borrowed so much for this? This, how far we've gone? What are the returns on investment? Or do we borrow to share? It's very, very funny that the president said, the state governors, like who said so? One of the people in television said so, that the state governor has been given about 3, 4, 5 times what they have been receiving before. What do they do with the money? It's very, very interesting. Like in some states, they say rally, attended by 10 people wearing uniforms, Ankara. We go there, we distribute 250,000, 500,000, 50,000, 1 million to people. And I say, what is that? Is that empowerment? Sorry. I commented by saying that we are actually increasing the turnover in the happy hours joints. We are increasing the turnover of happy hour joints. Because the man collects the money, he goes to happy hour. When the money is about to finish, he will go to neighboring states to buy food stuff because the state cannot feed itself. Is that bad? And also, oh, please, I have empowered the people today. We empowered 450,000 people. I say, oh, guy, you've not empowered anybody. You only shared the money for them to go and eat pepper soup. You gave them money to go and take a pepper soup in the happy hour joints. And that's what they are doing with the money. So we are back to square one. Completely, we've not done anything. But what if that money was used to build industrial park, whereby somebody can come with a canopy, or a container, or a porter cabin? That industrial park will have power, that industrial park will have light, that industrial park will have water, and every other amenities that will take a company to do. So a company will only come with its porter cabin, download it, plug, manufacture. But instead of doing that, no, we share the money. With a jamboree, we dance all over the place and share the money. So are we really? No, we are not. We are not. There's nothing that is being done to give people assurance that tomorrow will be better, because the money is wrongly applied, especially by some state governors. They are accused of being accused of turning the money from merely giving the money by FX and storing their houses. So, financial resilience, we talk about the capacity to withstand shock, all price shocks and inflation. How do we recover? In those days, you used to have National Wealth Fund. Now, excess crude account. Now we have National Wealth Fund managed by Nigerian Investment Authority. Are they given enough? All we do is, don't worry, we borrow. No Western world will refuse to give you money, because the more they give to you, the more they make you their slave. So these are the principles. These principles are the foundation for long-term stability. We need to build to stand the shocks. We need to lay a foundation that no matter what, you can stand. And how can that happen? Savings. Let's move on. What are strategic pillars that enable us to stand? Expenditure control, prioritize capital over recurrent expenditure. I remember some years back, the national budget used to be 70-30. Recurrent, 70, capital, 30. After it dropped to 60-40, recurrent 60, capital 40. Now, which one belongs to Nigerians? It's not the recurrent. Recurrent maybe maximum total put together in the entire country may not be up to 5 million. Let's take the employees of government, everything overhead spent by government, all the tiers of government. Okay, let me raise it up to 10 million. What happened to the other 200 plus? The other 200 plus is going to benefit from capital. What is it? Building of schools, extra classrooms. I spoke with one principal not long ago. He said they have about 6,000 students. 180 teachers, but less than 130 classrooms. So the classes are 100 students per class. What's the World Health? What is the standard? It's supposed to be 25. We have 100. After we blame, oh, the children are failing WAEC, are failing in NECO, failing in JAM. What environment are they learning? Can you prioritize capital over recurrent expenditure? Can we have a realistic budget? Can we use data to drive the budget? If we were to use this data-driven revenue forecast, data-driven budgets, data-driven monitoring, how did we succeed in padding the budget? Oh, we said that the highest padding is that of 2025. I don't know. Thank God for revenue mobilization with the new tax laws put in place. Very good initiatives, very good concepts. Oh, thought process, fantastic, but we're waiting for implementation. Transparent procurement. Lagos Calabar Highway, Coastal Road. We didn't hear about it until when the contract was awarded and they started work. Unfortunately, I saw something that was funny. Some portions, I don't know, social media started giving way. Okay, erosion, there is underground erosion, which is the worst erosion one can think of. I remember in a small place we stay, we had underground erosion. Before we knew what was happening, the road collapsed. It was interlocking. Where we stay, that place we were saying we fixed it by ourselves. So, yes, we fixed the road, but the guy didn't do a good job. There was underground erosion. We wouldn't see water on top, but rather everything was going under, washing the sand that we had. Before we knew what was happening, the thing collapsed. That's what we are seeing in that's what we are seeing in some sections of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Assuming an heavy duty equipment is passing through that road, what will happen? Heavy duty vehicles pass through the road, what will happen? How do we save money through procurement? How do we save money? It was funny when I heard, it might not be true, that every project every contract awarded, there's a provision for so many things. Provision for political party, at least to sustain the party, they need to take money from there. Provision for oncoming election, a lot of things are being put in place, are being considered in awarding a contract. So that Nigeria has become one of the most expensive countries when it comes to construction. Because the stealing under recurrent expenditure is not really much. It's like pickpocketing and ghost workers, this. But when it comes to contract stuff, a long way to go. There are so many leakages. Let's manage and reduce corruption. Let's manage to reduce budget padding. So we can move forward. If they were to take this money, they don't brag about it. On Third Mainland Bridge, they will not allow us to move. What do they carry? Siren. In some private estates, when they come, all security gadgets are removed for them to pass. Oh, my father was a rich man. He was general manager in so many companies. I was in Mercedes-Benz when I was in primary school. Yeah. Yeah. Now, what business have you done since you started life? So I used to wonder, when I was working, I knew the salary was being paid. And I would see a permanent secretary that said they are not paid, buying a apartment in Banana Island. I said,
Permanent secretary.
A director general in ministry,
Living in Banana Island.
buying a property in Banana Island. And I said,
Nigeria.
but I know how much I'm earning. Oh. How do they make? Is it that they don't eat, they don't spend money, don't give money to people? I had to go through a mortgage upon mortgage to get where I'm living.
Banana Island.
Banana Island. Okay. MRC's quarters there now, in the other side of the world. So, how do we borrow? We keep on borrowing. When you borrow, is there any mechanism for payback? I ask myself, according to my friend, the man I love, pray that they will allow him to see the light of day tomorrow. I pray that when you borrow for a project, the way we call internal rate of returns for the project, payback, the break-even point, returns on investment, are we doing that on our borrowing? Of course, we borrow to share. Someone was saying may his soul rest in peace during the days of Buhari. Let's take all the monies he borrowed. Let's see the projects funded. It wasn't up to 40% of the money borrowed. I mean, the value of the project funded. So what are we talking about? So let's move to the core principles again. Core principles, talk about this plan for disruption. After pandemic, it's funny. Today they kill in Benue. Tomorrow they kill in Plateau. Nothing is happening. Bokos has been attacked again. Bokos was attacked last week.
Who?
Bokos,
Where is Bokos?
Plateau State, was attacked last week. I mean, last or this week? This week.
It's not trending now. What is trending?
Because according to that US lady, he said the journalists in Nigeria, he gave them a name. That they don't want to know the truth. It's only thank God for this small boy from Edo. Very dark.
Very dark man. Where is he getting his confidence from? It's all over town. He went for the fish madness, whatever, in Anambra State.
He said that the guy was lying.
People now see him as a voice. So what they contact him?
Yeah.
People give him the information.
People give information and then they contact him.
Yes. From Edo.
Look at that Benin. Look at that Benin for many weeks. When that Benin thing happened, government didn't go, no response.
Of course,
Until
until
when they're physically. Then after 2 or 3 days, government responded. Why should I do?
The governor of a state suspended an advisor for speaking out of the killing. Speaking out for the killing is suspended the Reverend Father. What do you say? May God forgive them. It is sad that we are going through this. I mean, I think there is Igbo adage. We pass through one road, you hit your leg on a stone. You come back through the same road, you hit your leg again on the same stone, then you should break your head. Because you are not wise. Today, they visited a town in Plateau. And funny thing is that I'm told before these guys will come, the soldiers will go from house to house to collect then guns, daggers, and knives, and what have you.
Soldiers.
Yes.
From the people.
From the indigenous.
Before
So,
these people were
yes,
back.
immediately they do that, people would suspect that they are coming.
Okay, immediately the soldiers come, people will know that
The attackers will come.
they will surely come. Eh? In Benue.
It shows
Plateau Benue.
It shows it's an insider conspiracy. It's an insider thing. Yeah.
So that they have defenseless.
How do we, the oil shock, the budget was on put at $75. Now it's how much? 60 plus. We are not talking about it though. Why? Because you can always borrow the shortfall. Nobody's trying to cut some wastages in the system. No, 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 no. I remember in my other life, something funny happened. A CEO was employed, and it was given a bonus provision of 10%. Any profit you make, you get 10%. What did the guy do? He came back, restructured entire department, a structure organization, created a central processing center, created this and this and this and this and this.
And profit happened.
He cut the costs. He made his target. He made his target by cutting the costs, removing all the wastages we had in the system, creating central processing centers, central cash management units, centralize everything. At the end of the day, cut costs. Instead of opening accounts in all the branches, open at one point.
Are you serious?
Cut costs. That's what we should do in Nigeria. Let's cut costs. This is a time to cut costs. No, it's my turn. No, when you are appointed, given a post in Nigeria, it's actually an opportunity for you. It's your turn to make your own. Your villagers will know that the person that was there before did this, so you have to do it. How do we institutionalize enterprise risk management in the MDS?
Why is it always about oil? Why is it always about oil? That's the only part of revenue. I mean, I thought we had gold and other.
Adams, one of our friends in the Senate, said, made a comment. We know, we wrote a personal letter to the president on the gold cartel. It was filed off. That if we were to pursue gold the way we're pursuing criminals in the oil sector, Nigeria would have been a different thing entirely. How much is okay, Liberia, you go to Liberia to buy a kg of gold, is about $75,000. That is what they're taking out every day. How many? In Dubai, there's a gold market. There's a section of Dubai for Nigerian gold. That's for our pocket now. Oil is for everybody. You know, oil is liquid, you cannot put it in the pocket. That's the whole thing. Cannot say a question now. Oil is liquid, you cannot put it in the pocket. But gold, you can put in the pocket. How do we institutionalize enterprise management in MDS? How do we carry out proactive MDS that are proactive in their dealings? How do we run scenarios to know this is going to happen? How do we run our response strategies? How do we preempt things? I remember in those days, Oga, Ijezie were there. Before the budget is announced, some Indians businessmen would have known the core elements in that budget. If they know that they're going to ban so item in that budget, they import now. They flood their warehouses with those things. So when the budget is announced, it will not affect them. Trump is talking about tariff war everywhere. What are we doing in Nigeria? Which country I read that is putting structure to absorb the duties that is being rolled out by the US. They're having investment fund to give to the exporters so that they will not suffer loss. I was saying before, we've gotten to a point that Nigerian businessmen should do business trips abroad. It's not the president. No. I would have loved to see minister of this, minister of this, minister of this, leading. So that when you go, these are the opportunities in Nigeria. I am Dangote, I am Tony Elumelu, I am Jimovia, I am Femi Otodola, I am Boa, I am this. Who are my my brothers across the Niger? He's a pastor.
Who?
He's a pastor, one of them. No, one of the pastors from Southeast. No. These are the people, these are the people. Okay, this man that makes a vehicle. He knows.
I'm innocent.
No. But
Leading a delegation.
these are the people that should lead. So when you go,
Even if it's West Africa and African sub-region.
where are you? You do your presentation. This car is made by. This is my bank. This is my oil. Because they will trust them. They're entrepreneurs. But whoever goes in the name of government is a rent seeker. I remember when I took a project to one of the states, it was supposed to automate tax collections, informal tax collections. It was funny. After talking, I said, okay, what is it for me in this matter? Want to see the governor say yes. What is it for me in this matter? I said, what do you mean? So you don't understand me?
Are you Ijezie?
That was the end of the story.
That was it.
That was it. Because I didn't want to answer the question, what is it for me? I'm going to give you money from zero you are now to this level. You say, ask for something. You see, I like what one governor did something. He disputed these machines. What do they call this machine? A tire pumping machine, vulcanizers. He put them in a group, empowered them, gave them machines, gave them sheds to stay on the streets of Lagos to do something, to fix tires. But they pay tax every month.
Has it been done now?
Yes, it's done. Those vulcanizers, you say they wear a uniform in strategic location, they pay tax every
In Lagos?
Yes, every day. They have accounts. And but they empower them. Now, when you go on a political jamboree to give money to people, do they pay tax? Do you have the record for them? What business do they do? Did you train them before you start giving them money? Okay, you train them. They have been trained because they say, what do you call them? You call it happy hour joints. No, happy hour joints. So after 5 o'clock, after 6 o'clock, you can go there. Okay. So if MDS actually run organizations like private sectors, we will not be where we are today. Please let us establish contingency funding plan. Let's have it. Every state should have investment. Every local government should have investment. If not physical cash, build structures that give you rent. It's not just a matter of going to collect rent every day, small amount. No. They travel abroad. Most of the malls abroad are owned by councils. Here they build. I tell somebody, Marina Car Park is a waste. They're wasting that land. Put level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. 6, 7, car park.
Automatic.
Ground floor, everything can be there. empower people because we want tax. You cannot collect tax when we have not empowered the people. You've not even have data of the businessmen, businesswomen. Do you give me money to start business? I believe the government should give, if you give people money, we should turn back to collect tax. We should recover that money in 5-10 years. I give you 1 million today. Every day, every month, return 1,000 naira. 2,000 naira. With a code, just use SMS, which is what we wanted to do for some states. You don't bother, you have an account, transfer the money. You receive a lot, you get O2 receipts. You don't have phone, then somebody carry POS, mobile POS, collect money from you and give you a receipt there. But you didn't see the light of day. So if you have these contingency funding plans and fiscal buffers, which we don't have now, we spend all. In short, we spend because we borrow. Digitalized treasury and budgetary system for continuity. There's time we had what we call single treasury account. We kick against it because it didn't give us room to manipulate. TSA.
But the Minister of FCT is not using it.
Yes, he had exception.
Yes.
He signed. He was able to get the exception.
Well, why would he get the exception and other ministries won't get, or other ministers?
We know what we want to do now.
The power of his,
Oh God, we know what we are doing now. When you put a TSA.
I've been linked to Supreme. Somebody has linked him to Supreme Court.
I said, adopt policies quickly in response to shocks. Shocks are many. The oil price has dropped to 60 plus from 75. Nobody's talking about it. Rather, if one man now wakes up to say, oh God, what are you doing about this oil price? He say, hey, I told you, Obi has come again. They are waiting for Obi to immediately Obi comment, open his mouth.
That's right. There's a big comment that attracted everybody.
So, what are recommendations? Gentlemen, the medium-term expenditure framework should work. Please protect whistleblowers. Let the hunter not become the hunted. It's like in those days, they say them, if you see an armed robber, so somebody is not doing well in your area, is trying to play forward and call the police. You call the police, you're your own. Because the police will tell the person that, oh, it's your neighbor that called you. Remember that during the NSAS in Benin, the guy that was sentenced, that ran out, he went to his former compound to kill the 2 people that testified against him in compound.
Yeah.
Immediately, that was his mission. I don't care, I'm going to die. He went to kill them, 2 of them. That's how we protect. Now, jailbreak is nothing in Nigeria. Nothing. So let's protect whistleblowers so they can move on. Real-time audit and performance-based budgeting should be implemented in Nigeria. Let's track exceptions. Let's track spikes. Let's have what we call key risk indicators. Let's have things that will trigger alerts. Is there any cascading process? Is there any process that enables the president to know what is wrong? Minister to know this should be, attention should be given? No. We are running under the BAU model, business as usual. Let's integrate risk management framework in the governance structure. And let's make sure people want to drive productivity and incentive. Like we're talking, there are some ministers you don't even know if they are there. There are some ministers you don't know if they are there at all.
How would you know 50 ministers? How would you know?
We just know about maybe about 10 of them, about 9 or 10 of them.
And they have a ministry.
And they're supposed to focus on a particular sector of the economy.
Not to talk about the ministers of state. Those ones we don't know.
There's something that came up which is very interesting. We talk about a crisis here. Rescue in Nigeria. I'm wondering if law enforcement agencies are not taught on about rescue operations. If a truck drops inside Third Mainland Bridge today, it's area boys that will rescue. The police doesn't know. Don't we have divers again in the police? Don't we have divers again in the army? What are they? So instead of having them, what do we have? Area boys. Oh, a policeman is calling camera to take the pictures of the victims. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So, for the public sector, what expected of us, or private sector, what expected of us? Operate with established policies, processes, systems, less with clearly defined roles and responsibilities. I remember in my other life, charged with policies, processes, review of policies, review of processes, the clearly defining roles and responsibility of stakeholders, working to establish KPIs, key performance indicators for everybody. A risk-based performance management. Oh, you perform this, please let's key in the risk factor. Can we strengthen internal controls and audit practices in the private sector? Can we diversify revenue source to mitigate a sectoral shock? Thank God for Nigerian banking, the banking industry. It really tried. Telecoms tried. Some in manufacturing sector have tried. To probably try to see what they can do when there are crises. But everything comes back to one thing: enabling environment. Everything comes back to one thing: that facilities that enable us to operate. Telling somebody, give us power in Nigeria, no country will see a brake light. Just give electricity alone, no country will see a brake light. If factories were to be given, where we have artisans to be given by an air, facilities, the welders, the Okada riders on the street will drop. KK riders will drop because of the risk. That's how much you have to pay to operate your vehicle on the road in Lagos. We need power. We need electricity to move on as a private sector, because we're the drivers of the economy. So, I mentioned earlier, institutionalized contingency funding plan, business continuity management, to be sure that we can operate before, during, and after a crisis. Align corporate governance with the financial stability. Overrides. In the private sector, the Quam 1 issue is a governance issue. It's override. We saw something clearly wrong, we don't bother. Let it go. So what are the action plans? Number one, establish independent fiscal councils as we have in other parts of the world. We have that in other parts of the world. Expand and formalize tax structures, especially in the informal sectors, which I believe the new tax law is going to tackle that. But without automating the process, we be on the business as usual mode. How do we build financial literacy and inclusion so that we can take the entire country forward? Deploy a cashless strategy across all states so they can monitor where the money is going to. As I'm talking to you now, maybe they don't want to. Those that funded NSAS were all picked up, account blocked. But those that are funding Boko Haram till today, we don't know them. How do we? They don't want to know. because it would have stopped. This money is not cash. It passes through the banking system. Put a cashless strategy across. You know, during that cashless stuff in the south, then, kidnapping was like, I can't give you cash. I can only transfer to account. It was like, But when there was like override, when they said that somebody can go behind to take cash to do this. But thank God for financial literacy across Nigeria now. These people, Opay is like wildfire. Money Point is like wildfire. PalmPay is like wildfire. Going everybody. Oh, do you have account? Oh, please use my PalmPay. Use my Opay. Use my Money Point. Private people. Youngies. Just like Pestac, that was started by 3 small boys from Babcock University. Like you put in your paper, we have the power. I want to say this. If you do not want to do it, leave the way, continue to steal, but allow us to do our own, to do the right thing. Okay, TSA has come to stay. Integrated fund financial management information system should be established, and e-procurement. Let transparency cut across this. Let's develop national risk register and response playbook. I don't know. I think Lagos State government trying to do something about Ikorodu CMS both routes. I think they're trying to establish that in case of crisis, they will be able to pin the location. I think they have mapped that water. They have put key beacons, or what do you call it, identifiers, so that if there's crisis now, there's a boat mishap across, they will be able to pick the exact location where the boat happened. Yeah, in terms of rescue, I think I give it to Lagos State. They have tried, although there was something they were doing which I didn't like. Before the construction of completion of Lagos Ibadan, between Tollgate and Alausa, or Femi or Totola's Bridge, there used to be one big deep gully on both sides of the road. Instead of Lagos State government trying to fill the gully, they bought some towing vehicles. There was station vehicles that in case a trailer drops in, they can pick it up. But thank God, the road is being fixed now. We pray for the demons of Otedola Bridge to leave us alone. It's all very, very interesting. The accident on that bridge. Okay. So let us strengthen contingency funding initiatives like NSIA, Sovereign Wealth Fund. Let's fund that business. Let's fund that initiatives. That was established in 2011. Now the excess crude account has about, so it's now 240,000 or 400 and something thousand dollars balance as I said May or this August, I can't remember. But we need to get structures for contingency funding initiatives across, not federal alone, local government, state and federal. Let's tackle corruption in all levels so that Nigeria can move forward. Because corruption will close our eyes. Corruption doesn't allow us to see evil. No, we don't. Oga, now, do you call it your own? Ekpo, did you call it your own? Yes, okay. Don't worry. They walk away. So we talk about fiscal council. It's supposed to be an autonomous body for fiscal policy oversight and evaluation. Two, objective to promote accountability, drive credible forecast for the budget, and enable monitor to ensure fiscal discipline. Let's have a good forecast. Let's validate the budget. Let's do cost analysis. Let's monitor compliance. Let's look at long-term sustainability of every investment in Nigeria. When you borrow, what is it going to be spent on? How are we going to recover that money? Is it for social? Is it social investment or economic investment? Head or tail, let us know which one we are getting money for. Because there are people that are doing it. Ireland has its own, Sweden, France, Czech Republic, South Korea, they all have independent fiscal councils that are advising the government on a lot of things, including what we borrow, when we borrow, and how we pay back. It's supposed to be an independent agency with good experts working there with clearly defined mandate, transparency, and integration with fiscal rules. So what are we saying here? Well, of course, the convener has been an advocate for tax reforms in Nigeria. I think since this return of the Saints, getting back to know him, he's been talking about tax reforms. And I may be part of the, please permit me to use the word, noise he's been making led to where we are today in terms of tax reforms. Okay, you do well. I give that to you. Because everything you've been reading from, you've been writing, went into those 4 documents. But now I'm looking for implementation. That's all.
We'll be back in 2 months' time.
You need to do implementation, because now everybody talks federal, now we have national revenue services. We have for state, local government. Major tax now clearly identified. We have now a broad-based tax law, including registration, assessment, and monitoring. And we talk about we're talking about focused reforms that is going to take place very soon. Oh, the bills have been now turned to acts, 4 of them. Wow. But we still have challenges. System complexity is key in equity in tax payment, low tax to GDP ratio, and regional tensions. What's my regional tension? You don't drink beer.
Yeah.
You don't. But you want to collect VAT. When a truckload of bottles meander into your territory, you break all the bottles. Thank God for the new law. So it said Nigeria is transitioning from a fragmented tier tax regime to a more unified digital forward system. The success factors are transparent implementation, stakeholders buy-in, and equity revenue sharing formula, which the new law is actually presenting to us as a country. So we can see the new tax laws, the new tax act. I don't know why they picked the name NTA again. I think they should look for another name, because NTA is there's NTA. So we talk about consolidated tax codes across, so that I have my tax code. I go to Sokoto, this is my card tax code. I go to Quagmire, this is my tax code. I come to Lagos, this is my tax code. So when you stop me on the road, can I see your tax? I give him my ID, which is my tax code. You run that to the system, you see how current I am.
But does it look after all those boards who are on the road?
They automatically they will go.
Yeah?
They will go automatically.
No, really?
When the time comes, they will go.
Because that's actually for business, that's the most...
No, there we go.
I remember
Law is law.
They will go.
There we go.
They will not be there.
No, you see, one of my worst experiences as like I started my career as a sales person. And I would drive from, those days, I used to drive a big vehicle, I used to drive a panel van in those days. And I was going from Port Harcourt to maybe Lagos for a meeting and all that. Throughout East-West Road, I'll start payment in Port Harcourt.
Because of the signboard.
I'll come to Edima, I'll pay. I go to Patani, I'll pay. I come to Warri, I'll pay. I go to Benin, I'll pay. I come to Ondo, I'll pay. I go to, just like that. You pay, and then, this political boys, they will say, they will look, you will never be right. You bring out, there's even worse. You bring out about 40, 30 list of items. So, all sorts of things. Well, I'm sure I not just say alive now, but I'm sure that younger people too.
Even as at today, a guy in Ogun State, one of my friends,
they do it by force.
one of my friends got to Ogun State. He said, bring this. He showed all the papers. He said, oh, you don't have this.
Yes.
He has to pay 20,000 naira fine.
Yes.
Recently.
2 weeks ago.
Because it's about extortion. It's not about
So he said, they were like,
yeah.
okay, can I settle for 10? Okay, 20 or you forget. Okay, give me account number. They brought POS. He said, no, give me government account number.
Yeah, I'll pay it straight.
That became another story started then.
Now they will have
So another story came, and I said, okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the money, but I need to video you people that I give you the money. That was, oh God, please, I beg, no vex, please, you can't go. He said, no, I'm not going. So at the end of the day, he gave them, okay, no, you've been signed the son, take 2,000. No, sorry, okay, I don't want. When they refused to collect it. Because we don't know. With the tax awareness and with this new law being implemented, okay, you will drive from Lagos to Sokoto, nobody will stop you on the road.
Well, if it's implemented,
It's going to go through the document renewal. It's supposed to be embedded in car registration, document renewal, so that it will be one stop. The police only take your car number and put in the radar.
Yeah. And then that should go for instance, every time you want to fill forms, you go to the bank, you have those type of things.
Your tax ID.
Yeah, tax ID and all that. You should actually capture all details, basically.
Yes. Everything should be there. But though they should be able to harmonize and use BVN, because BVN is for every adult.
Yeah.
Use BVN. I put that as tax ID, whatever. I believe my guy is working on that very soon. So, with these structures in place, I believe that Nigeria is going to face, at least there be stability. I just heard one those there, I think 10 years ago, 10 or 15 years ago, a senator was saying that I'm paying 28,000 naira a month for tax.
28,000.
And now look at this man, how much is he earning? How much am I paying? I shook my head. They don't pay tax. So in conclusion, what do you say? Fiscal recklessness is fatal in crisis. Resilience is not a reaction, it is a policy. Let us transit from rhetorics to reforms. Let's act decisively and collectively. Save for tomorrow's shocks. Let not corruption swallow Nigeria. Thank you very much.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, your earlier, the earlier out of thank you, first of all, thank you for a brilliant exposition,
Conclusion here.
Yeah, well, thanks for
the people that are.
good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thanks for a brilliant exposition. I learned quite a lot, I'm not a tech person, I don't have any competence in this direction, But one thing when we were talking about fiscal prudence, one thing struck me. I reckon that Nigeria currently, the government of Nigeria currently presents about three budget cycles. Ahead about 2014, 2015 and all that. I was just wondering, how do we, this is 2025, and then actually there's just about 3-4 months to go in the year. And then if there are 3 or 4 budget cycles that are going on right now. Because you kept talking about fiscal discipline and all that, and how Prudence and all that kind of thing are working. How does a country currently, how do they implement 3 budget cycles, and how do they integrate with each other, basically? I'm a novice in this area. I want to know how it works.
Let me step outside.
It's a political issue,
Yeah.
not economy.
Yeah.
Those are supposed to be the watchdog,
Yeah.
actually the ones clearing the road
For the dog.
for the dog to pass. So it's political.
Yeah.
There's no law in Nigeria that allows that.
So
Even medium-term framework,
yeah.
it should allow something to happen before the approval of the budget.
Okay.
We should maybe continue with the last year budget for January, February, March. Immediately budget approved, flush, harmonize, let's move on. But it's not happening.
And is there a situation where you can roll over a budget somewhere? Roll over, for instance.
It is supposed to be rolled for maybe maximum 3 months.
Yeah, maximum. Okay. Is that statutory? Is that what the law says? Or
There was that provision years back.
Okay.
But today, budget was approved when? Was it May? I'm not sure.
I
2025 budget implemented. I'm not sure they've started implementation.
Or 2025.
I'm not sure.
So what it means is that in 2026 we probably have a budget to.
I'm not sure.
So
Because
really, I asked that because I really don't know. You know, when I just took it from your presentation, I said, look, what is going on? I recall that the Senate, they were also on top. You know, with 2020, 2021, we're not finished. I'm going to roll over and all that. So it means that all these jamboree of going to present budget is just a show. You know, it's just a political show.
It's the Minister of Budget.
That doesn't mean anything.
We're just,
do you even have a budget? Who is coordinating me?
we
Okay.
have a Minister of Budget.
There's
I
a
think
Minister of Budget.
Economic coordinator.
But or something.
former governor of Edima, the one that some people say is
Abacha London.
So, like I said in the newspaper, one newspaper interview about 3-4 years ago, I think Sun newspaper. I don't read the budgets again. But when I was in Pricewaterhouse in the 80s,
Oh, the same one.
when I was in Pricewaterhouse in the 80s, by December 31, we will be gearing for the budget of January 1 during the military. As soon as it comes up, we do analysis
Of course
and
now.
within 2-3 days send to clients.
Yeah.
During military. But these days, what nonsense budget?
No, I don't
I
mind.
don't waste my time.
You
reading them.
remember now, in all states, remember those in all states,
Don't spend my
I
time
came
reading
to the
them.
office in the morning, used to go to work early. I saw Minister for Finance speech, budget analysis on my table. I think this may be for me. We're supposed to have management meeting by 9. I quickly, what will be implication of this budget on all
The
states?
implications.
In
This was
the meeting,
presented to the
I
client.
presented. It was very interesting then. That's when we were
Oh, it's military.
military.
Military. Who is Minister of Budget now?
But now you see,
We're in joke, but at times because of politics, when you say, oh, this no big man saying who is the Minister of Budget, it's unfortunate.
Anyway, I don't want to get that point. You know, thank you very much.
thank you very much.
Edima, Ekpo,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much. Yeah, you've done a very, very good job, I must say.
Thank you very much, sir.
Recall that when in April you attended this conference for the first time, I actually wanted you to come so that we see again. There will be reunion. I saw you last, Edima, Ekpo, in 1992 when I left All States Trust Bank to Zenith. Yeah. And you are in our forum. We haven't seen. So I said, let me bring Edima, Ekpo. He attended the conference on April 16. I told him I wanted him to be a guest speaker for the one of June 13. He said no, that he wouldn't be in town, but let's do it today. And he kept his promise. And slide 25 of 25, what you've just done today, it's a very, very good assignment. All the paper presenters from October 10 to date, 2023 to date, I doff my hat for you people. Because this presentation, if it was when I was doing for a fee up to 2019, between 2000 to 2019, I know with the current value of Naira today, what I would have given you as honorarium. But since it's on pro bono, everything will be on pro bono. Thank you for your time, and I will go and study it. The good thing about this thing, why I do it, I must confess, is because it keeps my brain sharp. When I go home now, today is Friday, I've told my people that from as soon as I hit my house today, the next time I will see my gate will be on Tuesday. So I will be digesting all these papers and keeping my brain going, because you don't know, at my age, next tomorrow I will be 65. At my age, you don't know why God is still not only keeping me alive, but keeping my brain working, probably because of some of these things I do. So Edima, thank you very much. The papers will be circulated to the forums. The two forums I belong to, Akulu Nottingham Forum and the Thorzobel Intellectuals Forum, and to some newspaper media chiefs, so that if they want to assist us, they can do a summary of it and they publish it in their papers, so that the powers that be will understand what we've done today. Though I know that if the powers that be or their special advisor, I don't know the difference, special, senior special assistant, etc., if they are keyed into some of these things, Nigeria will be lifted. But they will not. As soon as they see Obi saying something somewhere, even if it's anywhere, they will start hitting Obi as if Obi is saying something out of the blues. Anyway, thank you once more. And there are two other paper presenters who are around, and because a lot of people are there on the on the YouTube, we must complete what we planned to do. This is just a minute after 2. Just like I attracted Edima Ekpo 2 months ago, though he didn't present a paper. Let me see him face to face, and we snap picture, we embrace. Equally, I'm attracting somebody who I have met only once in my lifetime, 2015, when I retired to Ozobo. Dog. When I retired to Ozobo, and Ozobo is a local government area, headquarters, and it doesn't have a bank, physical bank. And some people knew I rose to not the pinnacle, but to a high level in banking sector, Allstates and Zenith Bank. And they were like, why can't you, because I was living in Ozobo, why can't you attract a branch of a bank to our town with all your connections? 2015, I spoke with one of my brethren, Ijezie, who was working in Skybank then. Gave me a number of a director of Skybank, but says, please, don't tell him, please don't tell him I'm the one who passed the message. I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe in a bank you're not supposed to disclose a director's phone number. I agreed, and I called him on phone. He was area director of Skybank in Enugu, 2015. And we discussed. I said, my people might run me out of town if I don't bring a bank to Ozobo, physical bank location. We agreed the day to come to inspect land and buildings where we can set up a branch. They can set up a branch. The day we agreed, he came with the area manager of Onitsha zone. And they drove to Ozobo. And I met them. We inspected 2-3 couple of buildings and land. And they gave indication they want preferred near Okwudili. And asked me to just draft 2-3 pages feasibility to justify it. I did all that. But man proposes, God disposes. Before you know it, Skybank had issues with Central Bank, and I was an investor in Skybank then, not a small investor. One day I opened the newspaper and I saw that MFL has taken over Skybank, and the attention of CBN was on the depositors, not on the investors. Until today, I haven't gotten my investment back. So that was how the dream of getting a bank in Ozobo died. So when that dream died, I tried with my good friend who used to be company secretary of First Bank. He was an alumnus of Pricewaterhouse, but he didn't meet me when I was in Pricewaterhouse. But when we had our forum, I saw him, I told him that I would like First Bank to come to Ozobo. We were on it, and I don't know what happened. I think when I left Ozobo January 2, 2016, it fizzled out. Until today, over 10 years, Ozobo doesn't have a commercial bank branch. But, and then, since I'm a storyteller, and in 2020, that was why I entered TATOB. TATOB was like a money point of this world now, and the upper. I entered it because I said, since we can't get physical branch in Ozobo, I can attract something like that. But I didn't know TATOB was a scam, and I was scammed. And that's it. So I have dragged the doctor to Ozobo, and I saw him for the first time in 2015. And I'm dragging him again to Banex Mall so that I see him for the second time. Probably he will be the one to drag me to his place by December. Let me enjoy the Gwogwongwo. Dr. Charles Udogu, I highly appreciate. When I told you to come and become a paper presenter, you never thought twice before accepting it. You were asking me what topic, etc. I said normally when paper presenters agree to present a paper, they are the ones to determine the topic. But the topic should be in alignment with the theme of the conference. So Charles, you're most welcome. We will snap a photo together. We will snap. These people will for the first time since 2015. And when he finishes presenting his paper, Sustaining Development paper, the fourth paper will be presented by my very good friend. He has been a paper presenter since October 10, 2023. Pastor Felix Jarikwe. He's wearing his native dress. I always like him to wear it so that two people, just like Okotiebo's dress, that one person will be a mile away dragging. That's what he's wearing today. Some of us have graduated not to wearing shoes. Unfortunately, because I'm an open page, Felix came yesterday thinking yesterday was a conference. I didn't blame him because Even 2 days ago, I was saying the conference was yesterday. I posted it, nobody disputed it. But my daughter saw it, say, he just put in the WhatsApp, Dad, which today, tomorrow is Thursday. Oh. At that time, it was already late for me to delete it or to edit it in our forum. But I just, so it wasn't only Felix. When you are a retiree like me, yesterday, I went somewhere near my house to do gwagwangwa. I saw my mechanic. I said, why did you come to work today, Monday? The guy was looking at, just yesterday, the guy was looking at me because normally he doesn't come to work on Monday. So Felix, you're most welcome. Let's give Doug the opportunity to inflame the house. Thank you, Doug.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have to apologize that mine is not entirely formal presentation. You know, we discussed and
Yeah, we did.
so this is the first time I'm coming to this place, and I'm sure the second time I'm going to do like Ekpo. Yes. So what I have is just my my talk guide. So please accept me for that. I wasn't sure of the audience I was going to talk to, and we did not agree on a topic. So, but even though, so my topic is driving sustainable economic growth, perspectives from financial and business administration, financial perspectives and business administration perspectives. But then, I first, by way of introduction, I tried to reflect on the theme of the workshop, which is reversing economic quagmire faced by the country. I know that the thing has been set, but just want to have a few words on the theme. We all passed through this environment. In the 60s, Nigeria was one of the leading exporters of agricultural produce. Every region in the country had what it was known for. When we were growing up, we were hearing about the North Pyramid in the north, cotton, rice and skin, all coming from the north. Down here in the west, we talked about the cocoa, which gave us the cocoa house in Ibadan, Lagos. In the east, we talked about palm produce, and the Midwest gave us rubber. These were the things we are known for, and Nigeria was thriving until late 60s. The discovery of oil came, and attention was diverted from primary agricultural produce we are known for, and everybody started scrambling for oil revenue. I would say that others might be theorizing, but what pushed us into what we are today is the discovery of oil. Without oil, Nigeria would have gone so far, because even the premiers and the national government then had very good policies on what they were doing. Every region was to be autonomous. Every region was to have an economic base that will sustain them. But with the coming of oil, every attention was focused on oil. Everybody wanted to grab his own share of the national cake. So that is what I think should have been the primary source of the quagmire we are facing today. In the 70s.
Is it shared already?
Pardon?
Is it shared? No, not yet. Yeah, it hasn't shared. Is it on the platform?
Is it?
No, it's on the platform. Was it posted to the platform?
Not yet.
No. No. Okay. Okay. So, during the oil boom of 70s, 80s, the world was made to understand that Nigeria has arrived. I remember in my days in school, there were expatriate workers everywhere. In every facet of Nigeria, you see them in the universities. 70 to 80% of the lecturers in the universities were white people. And if you go to the industries also, some of the lecturers in the industries, the managers, what were they coming to do? They were coming to take from the national cake what we have advertised to the world that was in abundance. We're exploiting our natural resources without any plan for future. There was no long-term plan. Today, Dubai, that used to be a desert place, was transformed with the same resources that Nigeria had, and they used their own to turn around a desert place into a paradise. Thank you. So, if we put Dubai, United Arab Emirates, Nigeria side by side, they shared common characteristics. But what mattered was the political will of the leaders to deploy what was found without destroying the economy, the environment, and planning for the future, for future generation. But in our own case, the opposite was the case. Our leaders exploited and wasted, they depleted without any plan for the future. And that's how we got ourselves to the quagmire, where we are today. So we consume without replacement, and that takes us to sustainable. What Nigeria did in the 70s and 80s, that time I remember, with 1 naira as a secondary school student, I went to the supermarket to shop.
1 naira.
1 naira, yes.
No, 1 shilling.
1
naira from 73.
Yeah, from 73.
Oh, so, okay.
Yes. I went to secondary school after 73. So 1 naira could buy you a whole basin of provisions, and you go with change. Yes, those that we are not born there, and I'm telling you a story, what we had. Naira was exchanging for $2. 1 naira was $2. Naira was equivalent to almost like British pound. 1 naira to 1 pound. So that's where we were. And today we know where it is. 1 naira is 1,600 naira is $1. So that will give you an idea of the rate of deterioration and how deep we have sunk into the quagmire. Right? So now the question is, what's the sustainability of what Nigeria was doing was what was lacking. They had it, but they could not sustain. What would they have done that they didn't do? What would they have done that they didn't do? Let's look at, depletion, in more specific terms, what were the identified major causes of the economic quagmire confronting Nigeria? Lack of foresight and long-term planning. There was no strategic planning among the past leaders. They didn't plan for the future. If Nigeria had planned, maybe today Nigeria would have been better than, because we are hearing that Nigeria has about 70% of natural resources endowment in the whole of Africa. 70%. 70% of natural resources endowment in Africa in Nigeria. There's no state in Nigeria that doesn't have a solid mineral or a liquid mineral endowment today. But most of them are mined privately and the resources going into private pockets. The only thing that is mined and all of us are dying in it is the black gold, the oil. The gold and all the minerals, their names in this world exist one state or the other, but you don't know how they are going. So, if our leaders were planning, these resources would have been exploited and the environment improved upon. In the 90s, Shell, Nigeria, all these big international, multinational oil companies were in the south. But what we are doing, exploiting the environment without improving the environment. The Ogoni crisis and all the riverine people can attest to what we are saying. So sustainability means if you are exploiting what is around, you think of replacing them and making it the opportunity is still available to future generation. But that was not to be. That takes us to the second one, that is the depletion of our natural resources without caring for the ecosystem and the future. Social irresponsibility on the side of our leaders, lack of financial planning. Any money that comes our way, we spend, no accountability. When my brother was present, he was talking about how a cashless system was to help us. But the cashless system cannot work in an environment that are used to carrying bags of money. That's what frustrated it. So they must find a way of, changing the good intentions of even the leaders. And of course, if they catch you and say you cannot bring cash, the alternative is to kill you. So you must, to live along, to stay along, you must find a way to get the cash. So that is the part of it. Absence of no management principles in the management of the public and private sectors. Everything is done by hunches and guesses. If we remember, the very big companies that were around when we were in the 70s, 80s, today, how many of them are surviving? You see the transport companies in the West, in the East, for example, Ekenele, this, that, many of them. How many of them are still surviving today? There was no known principle of management. It was one-man business, one-man show. He was the MD, the chairman, he decided what happened, and then, of course, he's called to one function or the other, he dips hand and donates his hundreds of millions, without, knowing the impact this outflow will have on the business. That is lack of financial planning. If you plan, then donation will be coming from the profit you have made so that the company can still survive. But by the time you begin to squander the principle with which you are doing business, the capital with which you are doing business, of course, the business cannot see tomorrow. It's not sustainable. It's not going to be sustainable. The business will die a natural death.
Apart from the financial side, could also be lack of innovation. Could it be that the academic schools are not innovating? They are not watching the trends or the future?
Yeah, it's all part of it. Lack of inconsistency in policies, lack of political will. Because this my president, I have not looked at only the private sector. I didn't try to distinguish between private and public sector. In the public sector, they have their problems. In the private sector, they have their problems. Most of these people didn't have succession plan. For example, the big businesses they set up, they wouldn't know that they are mortals, and people are saying 65, 70, they're supposed to be tired by now. But when they were doing their thing, they thought they were going to be here forever. And their children abroad did not want to come back. It sent them abroad, and it was letting their children down, coming to know what they are doing. So they were doing it all alone. And at their death, the business ends. So no succession plan, part of it. Then prioritization of money over education. If you have money, if you can throw money around, you are the person recognized in your community. You are the person given the highest titles. Nobody went to school again. If you tell the children of our time to go to school, they will tell you those people that went to school, what do they have to show for it? So they found easy way out to get this money to be able to throw money around. So these were the major issues. Depletion of moral values. Anything you can do to get the money was, okay. And there are so many other factors, but I know that everything revolved around lack of planning, strategic planning, and lack of, no succession plan, and our useless lifestyle is what took us to where we are today. So with the litany of problems I just enumerated, confronting this country, what we hear today is that there's no hope for Nigeria's economic recovery. Nigeria is a goner, and also that Nigeria's economic quagmire has gone beyond redemption, and other such comments among social commentators. I think what we need to do at this point in economic journey is a total social engineering aimed at addressing the myriad of problems identified above without addressing these monsters. No matter how we apply the best economic principles in the world, we will not go anywhere. So what do? social engineering, reorder of our values, repairing the moral fabrics of our nation, and then restructure. If Nigeria was better made after independence up to 1980, what were we doing that put us where we were in the 60s, 70s, 80s? It's not better we go back to it. Why not we go back to the 1963 Constitution, where regions were given powers? Is the state working for us? The state competing with the central government for the share of oil revenue? If we regionalize, every region has its strength. Every region goes to what is available, where they have their competencies, and develop their region and contribute to the center. The 2014 National Conference we thought was going to solve the problem of this country, but I don't know whether our leaders have the political will to revisit. I'm not a politician, I don't talk politics. I don't belong to any party. The party I belong to is a party that can put Gary on our tables. Yeah. It is only when all these are addressed that any economic model could work to help bring us out of the economic quagmire. Today, let's go into our main discussion for the day, driving sustainable economic growth, insight from the financial sector and business administration. Sustainable economic growth could be defined as economic development that attempts to satisfy the needs of humans. I mentioned two things: in a way and manner that sustain national resources. That was part of the problem, that sustain natural resources. We are depleting, we are exploiting without replacement, any plan for the future. And then secondly, in a way and manner that sustain the environment, the ecosystem for future generation. So, sustaining the natural resources, that the factors of production, we know them: land, labor, capital, management, technology, and others. And then, of course, the environment, the ecosystem. Therefore, any human endeavor, be it economic activities or any other activity that does not ensure sustenance of natural resources or the ecosystem, is not sustainable economic growth and must be a one chance. This is because when the resources are completely depleted, the business ends. Our geologists will tell us that the quantity of oil in Nigeria has a lifespan. But some told us that it was going to be 20 years that oil will finish. And some will come up and tell us again that oil has been discovered so place. So the one we have discovered now will take us another 40 years. All these things, I don't know how, but one thing it is pointing to is that this thing is depletable. It could exhaust one day. What plans are we having? Either to rediscover or to sustain the irreplaceable natural resources that have been depleted. Training the manpower that will replace the current manpower when there are no more. Exploring other avenues of, getting the factors of production that will continue to put us in business. Exploitation of natural resources without regard to environmental hazards and degradation is no sustainable endeavor. Sustainable economic growth, therefore, entails sustainable economic development, and sustainable economic development, in turn, entails sustainable economic activities. So sustainable economic growth means maintaining economic growth without creating economic challenges, complications. It is the practice of supporting long-term economic growth without depleting resources. It's not my, I don't need to dwell on this because this is not my major area to discuss. I'm sure some other people in this workshop who are more expert in sustainability would give us better acceptable. But for the purpose of my presentation, I think we have been able to also understand what we mean by sustainability. That is lasting endeavor. That is what I can see as sustainable. Not something you do today and tomorrow you are not able to continue due to your present actions or inactions. So how can we drive sustainable economic growth? Sustainable economic growth can be driven through the following: investment in key areas such as human capital development, we lack in this area human capital development. I just give an example of no succession plan, because human capital development focuses on succession plan. This person is here today doing this thing. If he's no longer there tomorrow, what happens? This is what the human capital development addresses. Yeah, because man is mortal, and there's a knowledge span and lifespan. The current people that are doing, I can hear most of our people here quoting that when they were in this place and where they were in Allstates, Pricewaterhouse, all this, they are no longer there today. And some of the banks are still surviving because these banks will have done succession planning, human capital development. They were able to replace these gurus when they left. So the place of human capital development cannot be overemphasized. Then there has to be investment, we have to facilitate trade, connectivity, and economic activities, do innovation, like he was mentioning, fostering innovation through research and development, particularly in green technologies, and this can drive productivity and create new industries. Natural resources, effective, efficient, and sustainable utilization of our natural resources and prioritizing renewable energy and maximizing and minimizing waste are essential for long-term economic growth. Policy and institutional framework. There has to be policy, deliberate policies and institutional framework in the areas of trade and partnership across the country, across the globe. Good governance, institutionalizing of corporate governance, and social inclusion, green policies. Fostering a circular economy, waste reduction, resource efficiency, sustainable consumption and production, repeat business. You don't go past a route and a path and don't think of repeat business. Repeat business is what sustains a business. If you go one way and close the other, that business is not sustainable. So it's only when you open sustainable consumption and production line that the business can be sustainable. Fostering a circular economy. Utilizing technology, green technology, fintech. When my brother was present, he mentioned the use of all this OPay, money point. This is the fintech we are talking about. We are no longer tied to the traditional banks like it was quoting Skybank coming to Ozobolo those days. I don't think it's still necessary today because microfinance banks have been empowered to even do more than what the commercial banks were doing. And the fintechs are everywhere. You go to the rural areas, you see umbrellas everywhere, POS there. I can't remember the last day I went to my bank to draw money. Not even using their ATM. Provided you are ready to pay the peanuts they are collecting. I said those peanuts you are paying is more than compensates the trouble we go to. Go to the bank, they will tell you the limit to withdraw is 50,000, 100,000. You call a POS man, any amount you want, he will give it to you. You pay the fee and save yourself trouble of a long queue and massaging of ego before you can get what is in your account. The long-term vision and the collaboration, strategic planning, multi-stakeholder collaborations, monitoring and evaluation. Insight from financial sector. How does financial management affect business sustainability? By inference, economic growth, inform business decision making. If I'm able to get my financials, the data, very well, and I analyze them, I take a trend. In the past 5 years, this is how it has been going. You apply the statistical methods to the data, speak to the data. In the past 5 years, this is what has been happening. I can establish a cycle, and I can project into the future what can happen. Then I'm able to take a decision. If, for example, in my business, I've been experiencing, stock out in the past, maybe towards a particular time of the year, maybe during Christmas time. My goods usually finish before 28th, and I don't have raw material to produce, so I have to wait until people that went on Christmas or they come back before my production starts. It has been a trend. Then if I project that December is my peak period, that's what the data have collected my review to me. I now make advanced projection and say, instead of buying the normal raw material I buy, I'm going to extend my hand and buy more, so that I produce during the December time without, that's the kind of example I'm talking about. Analyzing data, talking to the data to make informed decision. So informed decision, this is a cornerstone of business sustainability. This is because by analyzing financial data, managers can make strategic decisions that align with the company's sustainability goals. If we fail to meet our customers' needs at the point they need them, your business will go extinct. If I know that if I go to company A or company B to buy something at a particular time of the year, they are usually stock out. Is your business going to be sustainable? It won't be sustainable, of course. But if, for example, anytime they come, is a sure banker, somebody can travel from Maiduguri to come to you because you are reliable. And this is part of what the financial planning has enabled us to do. Okay? Then decision related to cost management and capital investments. If I don't have my records, I can fix my prices arbitrarily. Either I'm not going to be competitive, or I price myself out of the market. You are going to price below cost, and you price yourself out of the market, or you fix your price so high. But if I have every input that go into my production process, I'm able to put a margin of profit. I'm sure that if I sell this quantity I'm going to sell, I'm in business. So it helps me in costing. It helps me in capital. Okay, if I now know that, look, if I have to maintain a particular level of production, and this is what I have, is either I'm going to borrow money, I'm going to call for help, or I'm going to make adequate capital provision for the level of production I intend to maintain to remain in business. Then I talk about proper resource allocation is another thing the financial, from a financial perspective, can do to us. Proper resource allocation helps business to reduce costs. If, for example, I know that most of my customers are located in the East. Instead of using a Ford F-150 to go many times to send the goods I'm sending to the East, I will buy 24 tire trailer and go once and dump it in a warehouse. Logistics planning. So by the time I move from my factory of production and put in the warehouse is there, I've saved a whole lot of transportation costs. So that people can go to the central warehouse to buy. So this is what proper resource allocation can do for me. I can spend money to build a warehouse. If I know that my business is sustainable, I build a warehouse. So it will take me only once to transport that and put in the warehouse that can even last for a whole year. The building I have set up is part of my long-term assets. Nothing has been lost. In my valuation, it is going to reflect in the books that this thing is there. But frequent transportation, do you know the amount of money we are wasting on the risks? The drivers you are going to employ, maybe you have to employ many of them, and the fuel consumption, wear and tear on the vehicle, the depreciation provisions. I have gone to my chief's area on the vehicle. I think it's maybe 4 or 5 years you throw away a vehicle. But if I build a warehouse for, even though they will say 25 years, I haven't seen anybody that built his house and in 25 years he knocks it down. So there have to be valuation and revaluations, and even for 50, 100 years, as long as the property is strongly built, it remains in the business. So all these are the kind of things that from financial perspectives we're able to, bring to the table in trying to build sustainable businesses. We improve operational efficiency, enhance overall sustainability. We identify and manage financial risks. Financial risk is a critical aspect of financial management, and businesses must assess risks related to market fluctuations, interest rates, credit, and liquidity. We provide entrepreneurs with access to capital. This is done through loans, venture capitals, equity markets. So this is part of what financial management also offers to sustainability of business. If you analyze the sources of these revenues, the cost implications of every source. Every source of funding to a business has a cost. So a financial manager sees that and weighs the options. If it's if it's a new business we are starting, how do I raise venture capital? Do I go to my family members if I'm from an affluent home? Do I go to an institution that has been established for that purpose by the government to raise these funds? I plan ahead of time to make these funds available. That is the only way that my business can start and survive and take off and survive. Equity capital, do I continue to invest my money if the cost of equity justifies continuous employment of equity? But if I know that the leverage effect of going to borrow money will leave me with more take home and there are opportunities to borrow, I gear up my business, also to sustain my business, to do my business in a more cheaper method. Financial intermediation. This allows for better allocation of resources in the economy. That's the financial system platform enables for financial intermediation, moving money from where there are excess to where they are needed. Idle funds. Saving is recommended by economists, but financial managers, you cannot be saving money where you have need for money. You continuously invest what you have, mobilize it from where the money is idle to where they are needed. Not going to leave money where there are idle funds, where they are idle or not needed. Financial management principles will open your eyes to be able to mobilize funds from where they are less needed to where they are more needed. That's financial intermediation. The financial sector stability, this is provided by the regulatory bodies. The financial system coordinated by the regulatory bodies, the CBN and the NDIC and Co. So the specific functions of the financial management are strategic financial planning and long-term financial goals, resource allocation, financial performance monitoring, that is regular financial analysis, This is vital for identifying trends, opportunities, and potential issues using tools like financial ratios, budget variances analysis, and cash flow forecasting to evaluate companies' financial health. Making informed decisions. By analyzing financial data, managers can make strategic decisions that align with companies' sustainability goals. Decisions relating to cost management, capital investment, and pricing strategies. Corporate governance that ensures accountability and also enlists stakeholders' confidence. The risk management function of the financial manager involves identifying and managing financial risks as a key and critical aspect of financial management. So now let's look at the business administration perspective. Business administration, business management principles are in fact EZEANAEKWU to effective management of businesses for sustainability. Pardon? Okay. It's changing now? Okay. Most of our people traditionally do not apply any non-management principles in managing their businesses. They only apply hunches and guesses to try to succeed, and at best, only 1% succeed out of sheer luck. Just look around our environment and try to remember how many of our popular businesses you knew some 25 to 30 years ago that are still existing. Most of the businesses die with the death of the founders. This is as a result of non-use of management principles, which have been variously defined as simply the art and science of working with and through others to achieve set goals. In trying to do this, basic principles are applied, and these are called principles of management. We have presented some management principles recommended in management books for successful and sustainable businesses. Essentially, the 14 management principles enunciated by Henry Fayol, a French engineer, turned into management guru. Henry Fayol. Yeah. These principles of management are like guides for leaders to run a good business. They help managers to perform the known basic functions of planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. There's a lot of mix from our managers in the practice of this. There's no planning, no non-planning. What they do is when they wake up from sleep in the morning, maybe they have branches of businesses, call driver, carry me, I'm going to Kano today. Tomorrow, where do I go? So there's no plan they are looking at. And when they get there, there's no target. So there's no organizing. For example, it's in organizing that you structure and have an organogram that this is the manager in charge of this is the officer in charge of this is how things are done in this organization. There's no organogram in our businesses. There's no leadership. They tell us leadership by example, but you see what some of these people do. They don't have time consciousness. Maybe some days you get to the office by 10. Some days there are some social functions that will not even allow you to go to the office at all. And just like that. Nobody checks who comes when, because the organ is not setting an example. And then, of course, control. Anybody does whatever he likes. So these 14 principles applied helps guide managers in the performance of the known management functions we have just mentioned, the 4 of them. A manager does not necessarily need to apply all the 14 principles at the same time and with same intensity, but managers are guided most of the time in carrying out their management functions by relying on these principles. One is the principle of division of work, that people should specialize and work more in the area they have the skill. Specialization enables us to put the best out of us, to bring out the best out of us. But when you are a jack of all trade, you are not specializing, you are not bringing in your best, you are not putting in your best. If, for example, you go to an association, in an organization, you have the accounting section, you have the production section, you have the marketing functions, people manned to, to face what they know how best to do. But when you are the one that you produce, after producing, you lock up the production lead, then go to the market to, to sell. The time you are outside, they are doing your marketing, something is suffering in the office. But when you have divided work, people face the work, what they know how best to do. The production people are there producing all the time for the number of hours available in the day. The marketers are out there marketing what have been produced. You are sure of sustaining the business if you apply the principle of division of labor, division of work. The other one is authority and responsibility. Fayol is advocating that authority must match responsibility. You don't give people responsibility without authority. If you give me responsibility to do so, you must give me a matching authority that will enable me to achieve the result. And if I have authority and no responsibility, I can abuse the authority. I can use the authority I have to start beating up people in the office, to start doing things I was not supposed to do. It becomes excess energy. Is what you give people authority without responsibility. But if they are given responsibility and authority match responsibility, they will use the authority to carry out the responsibility. At the end of the day, they are held accountable for what they are assigned to do. The next is discipline. I mentioned before that without planning, for example, managers and business owners might not be disciplined. They might wake up anytime they want. They might come to work any day they like and close shop. Business run in this way, are they going to be sustainable? Cannot, if you do business at random. But when they are disciplined, there's order, there's obedience to the rules and regulations of the organization. Good supervision at all levels, clear and fair rules, and a built-in system of penalties will help to maintain discipline. If I know that I don't come to work before 8 o'clock and they rule out the line, and I'm going to lose a certain percentage of my daily pay, of course, people will be made to comply. So, discipline is part of the principles of management. Then, of course, unity of command is another one. Receiving order from one supervisor is the order in a workplace. But a situation whereby one officer receives order from two authorities, it becomes confusion. The Bible says you cannot serve God and mammon. You cannot serve two masters at a time. So this principle applies in management as well. So there has to be unity of command. Taking order from one source of authority helps in the smooth running and sustainability of a business. You have unity of direction. Okay? This implies there should be one head and one person for proof of activities. Having some objectives, all the activities should be carried out under the direction of one head, and there should be effective coordination in all activities. You have to be one direction. You don't need to have counter direction. This person going from, this person going counter. Then at the end of the day, nothing happens. Action and reaction becoming conflicting will not. But when everybody is geared towards, directing towards achievement of a set goal, the institution, organization moves forward. You have subordination of individual interest to general interest. That's next. People carry their different objectives to the workplace, but the organization has its own objective. If your individual objective is allowed to override the corporate objective, the organization suffers. So the individual personal objective must be subordinated under the general purpose, under the general objective, the corporate objective. That's yet another principle. The next is remuneration of employees. Employee remuneration must be, we cannot say adequate, must be fair, because there's no adequate remuneration. What we have is fair remuneration. Your remuneration should be commensurate to your efforts and your productivity. And that's how a business can be sustained. If, for example, you are putting in 5,000 and you expect your daily pay to be 10,000, where do you want the 10,000 to come from? You have to be fair to the organization. If you are producing 10,000 and they are paying you 5,000, 6,000, that is fair enough. Because the balance for 5,000 will go to maintaining the company where you are working, paying the rents, and making a return to the investors. So, we are talking about fair remuneration. It cannot be exploitative. In the sense that a worker, you know that somebody is living in Ekpo, from Ekpo to Aja every day, he pays 2,000 times 2, 4,000 coming to work. Well, the person should have gotten a house around if he must work in the place. We were just trying to start an example. All right? So now what you are paying this person cannot even be enough for him to transport himself. The organization should now know that this person is supposed to eat, supposed to maintain himself, both physically and mentally, and has to take care of the home, the family that sent him to this work. So the remuneration must be fair enough to consider both the organization and the person you are paying. Then comes centralization and decentralization. Centralization of authority at the aim of affairs and decentralization to the people under should be ideal for organizations. Over concentration of power at the head without any power to the operatives does not help an organization. So they have to be balanced. If you over decentralize, the organization is in trouble. There's no command, no central control. And if you over concentrate and there's no power to the operatives, the organization suffers because it will lead to autocracy and maybe totalitarian system of government. So there has to be balance between centralization of the strategic decision-making positions centralized, and then of course down the line, the ladder, there has to be delegation and authorization or decentralization of authority for work to continue. Then we talk about the scalar chain. Here the scalar chain recognizes that yes, there will be order. You have to follow bureaucracy in doing your work. But then there are some situations where bureaucracy has to be avoided for urgency, something that requires prompt action. For this, maybe people on different levels to do a horizontal coordination without passing through the bureaucratic red tape. But then, this requires that your supervisors must be carried along when supervisors below a certain line of want to do across department decision taking. The supervisor must be copied or carried along to put him on the note that so happened below you. Then the 10th is order. Here there must be a proper place for everything and everyone. Material and social order must be maintained. Material order for things, inanimate, and social order for employees. If you come to an organization, there will be place for everything and place for everyone. That's why you come to an organization, you're going to have a manager's office, you're going to have MD's office, you're going to have general staff office. It's not, now you come to the general office, you put the MD's table, sitting with that is not order. Okay? Or you have a store. Inside the store, there's one kind of, if it's in a book place, you have to catalog the assets, label them, or put like terms together, so that when somebody goes in, they are sorting something will be easy. Even taking stock will be easy. Now, you go into your storeroom, you have maybe 7 different items. The 7 items should be separated in a way that when somebody wants to do a stock count of a particular item, he goes straight to where you pack them and count them and know how many they are, for example. But by the time you go and jam pack everything, together, there's no order in the material things. That's why we are saying there has to be order in management. Okay? Then you have equity. According to this principle, there should be no discrimination amongst employees based on religion, class, language, creed, or nationality. Equity ensures coordinated relation between supervisors and subordinates. It improves satisfaction and the motivation of the employee, creating relationships between managers and employees. Then stability of personnel. High turnover in a workplace is not recommended. Every day you come, you see new faces. High turnover is a sign of a disoriented organization. So you have to have some stability in a workplace. I come today, I see somebody I'm used to, give me a level of comfort, and give me some level of routine and familiarity. But not every day I continue to learn new persons, new faces, new rules, so there's no stability. So it's recommended that you have stability of personnel. You put somebody on a table, you have to allow the person to work on that table for some time, to understand what is going on in that department before talking about transfers again. That gives, if the person repeats a particular function, he proves his efficiency, and then is able to make references and able to reconcile things. But when you are always turning around your staff, today you move in to go and work there, tomorrow he's there, then there's an issue of reconciliation. The person on the table will not be able to know what happened. Okay, he cannot remember anything. So you have to establish some stability in your place of work among your personnel. And then, of course, initiative. Workers should be allowed to use initiative or exercise their initiative. Not everything you teach a worker. And in fact, it's a test of knowledge and skill. If I put you in a place, you are doing something, and when you are doing it, you think that there's a better way to do it. There will be room for suggestion and improvement on the process. That's what FIO is also recommending. You should encourage your staff to be initiative. Workers should be encouraged and be given opportunity to take initiatives at workplaces. And then finally, the 14th is the esprit de corps. This it works both in the military, and I think they talk about it, but I don't know whether it exists actually, but that is it, esprit de corps. A management should be take reasonable steps to develop a sense of belongingness and togetherness, okay? And feeling of team spirit among employees. Don't use I, use we, when we are writing. Say we, say use of we is a mark of teaming. But when you are using I, it's like you are bringing yourself out as a champion all the time, and you might not know it all. When we are using we, is a way of showing togetherness and team spirit. Apart from the 14 principles, there are also what we call techniques. Techniques are methods or approaches involving several steps to be followed to reach the desired goal. It is different from principles of management, which are a set of rules. So while principles are a set of rules, techniques are methods or approaches of your management style. Okay? So, management techniques are methods or approaches used to effectively organize, lead, and control resources to achieve goals. The key management techniques, also I gave about 14 again of them. Planning is a technique. I'll just mention them. Anyone we might need to talk, we can talk about. We already know what planning is. You know what organizing is. So both planning, organizing, leading, controlling, they're all techniques as well as functions of managers. Apart from these four, you have some other techniques like delegation. We mentioned delegation when we are talking about centralization and decentralization. Delegation is a tool in centralization and decentralization. Then communication, performance management, conflict resolution. You can see some of these I'm mentioning are like departments in big organizations. So they are techniques that managers use to deploy resources to achieve results. Time management, this one cannot be a department, but is what cut across departments. Data-driven decision making. Time management. Okay, time-driven, yeah. Data-driven decision making. Using data and analytics to make informed decisions and improve outcomes. Creating an inclusive environment, fostering on workplace where all employees feel valued, respected, and empowered. Then leveraging technology, utilizing tools and technologies to streamline workflows and improve efficiency. These would have been examples of management styles. We have management styles in places of work, depending on what works out for one. I cannot recommend the same type of management style or the same management style for somebody in an engineering environment or an engineering business, or the same type of business for production, produce and sell, or for a service organization. So styles and types of systems of management depends on what the organization does. So I think deploying the financial techniques, and the financial management principles and enumerated, and the management principles and techniques, sustainable, so businesses could be better sustained for better results. Thank you.
Any questions? Somebody has already given you commendation that you spoke like a prof. Like I said, I brought Dr. Charles Udogu here so that we can see again for the second time since, or the first time. We saw first in 2015, and today we are seeing again 2025, after 10 years. He's a PhD holder from the premier university in Nigeria. I need not mention the name. The only university that answers the University of Nigeria. Others are campuses of University of Nigeria. BSc, MSc or MBA, and PhD from University of Nigeria. And like I said, he retired as a director from Keystone Bank. Unfortunately, I must say unfortunately, he was one of the people Tatob scammed, because he believed in me, and when I said this is a business process, and like I said, Tatob is like what OPE is doing today and Money Point. We all contributed, and it went the way it went. And I never knew it would, because most people there, the top executive in Tatob, both executive and non-executive, are men of God. This man that Pastor El Buba, or Professor El Buba, is the non-executive chairman of Tatob. And when I made my discreet investigation, I was told he has about 6-story building as a church in Plateau. But we enter, maybe he didn't know what the managers were doing, the executives were doing. And again, Doctor is an administrator of Akuluna Think Home Forum, a forum we want to transport some of our investments worldwide to Igbo land. But again, I keep saying it, man proposes, God disposes. When IPO BSN showed face, some of us had to go under the radar so that we still remain alive today. Doctor, you took me back when you were doing a FIO. I remember the 40 years ago in Enugu campus, management, I think second year, principles of management. big book, or either Hungarian or something, by Mazi Peter Ejiofor, who later became Vice Chancellor of either UNIZIK or so, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Principles of fire. So when you were, I was like, eh? So you haven't forgotten about it. Thank you. I beg your paper, we need it so that I use it to reverse and be up to date this weekend.
Okay, I will touch.
Okay, you are most welcome.
Thank you.
Before, because I don't know who wants to leave. Come and take us a picture so that we have a group pictures of, and take it off from there. Yeah. You have to use it. All of us. When you take it. Tony.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, let me go.
Are we expecting somebody else?
Oh, no, it's not.
Okay, so okay.
I think very well. You never see your light. You know it's out. Are you sure? Huh? You can get it for your own. Let me come this way. Take the middle. So I don't know, they didn't give me one picture. The entire picture, they are nonsense. Then the photographer, then there wasn't this one, I don't know what it is. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doc. Thank you.
Congratulations. Well done. Well done.
No problem. So we are still on time. We are still on time. This is a 3:10, and we will be finishing by 4. The fourth paper is by a regular, Pastor Felix Jarikre. It doesn't need introduction. Again, today will be his fourth time or fifth time of lecturing. With him, no, he didn't get. He used to lecture in Taxation National, BLAKEY'S National Tax Conference. Because when I started, in the taxation conference, I didn't want to use accountants or tax experts. I wanted to use laymen in quote. So I got Dr. Tunji Adeniyi, an agricultural economist, got a Professor Friday Ndubisi, psychology philosopher lecturer in University of Lagos, who was the immediate past vice chancellor of Christopher University in Mowenia Redeem, and got Felix Jarikre, a pastor, and who was an executive at Union Bank before he veered into public advocacy and pastoral function. I remembered him telling me there, I'm not an accountant, I'm not a tax expert. What will I come to be doing? Etc., etc. I said, you are supposed to be a taxpayer. So come and give us the brief from the tax-paying angle. And he did the first one October. He liked it, I liked it. He did the second one in December 12, 2023. We are talking about. The second one in 2023 was done here. Then he did the third one, 3 of them, Tunji Adeniyi, Doctor, Professor Friday Ndubisi, and Pastor Felix. He did the third one in February 13, 2024. And I wanted to retain all of them. But other people are imposing me. Why are these people monopolizing? We are so many that this thing can go around. I ignored them because I said I was as a Wenger using the winning team. But before you know it, Engineer Joe Makwe told me he was coming for the fourth one and he will present a paper. That was in Anthony Village. I allowed him. After I now decided some of these pioneers, 3-4 sessions, should rest, as it were. But Felix is back. And the October one we'll be doing, I will go back to the pioneers so that we finish what we started, the task. Because when we were doing the task conference then, we were assisting the government and the presidential committee to know what Nigerians are thinking about. But now that everything has been done, our next one, or maybe for the next 2 sessions or 3 or 4 or 5, will be to be teaching Nigerians what is in that act. Because if you don't know what is in the act, so Felix, you'll be back, but now come and give us your presentation on social cohesion. Thank you. And you're good. You are wearing what I want you to be wearing. Snap on picture. Wait. You're wearing what the next time you will wear the one that will elongate. Yeah, you should do photography next. So. Okay.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to be here. Chief Ijezie, I want to thank you all over again for the opportunity. It's always a blessing. From the task, you know, the lectures on the task, there were a lot of things I gained. So I don't take being here for granted. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, and all our other esteemed guests, I'm glad to be in your midst, learning from you. Thank you. So the topic is titled, Why the Neglect of Social Cohesion Can Hinder Economic Recovery. I want to start by saying this, that it takes a language. It all starts from a language when you talk of social cohesion. We have this, the other day, just yesterday, I was going through Instagram. I saw President Goodluck Jonathan. He was expressing his concern concerning the political direction of Nigeria. And one of the things he said that he expressed his reservation is a popular notion concerning about the tribe and religion being so divided. The bogeyman, the culprit seem to be tribe and religion. But I want to differ. There are so many things that go towards social cohesion. So I will just start in this place by just outlining some of these things. We cannot produce a book. We just, give some outline concerning what about social cohesion, how social cohesion, the neglect of it can hinder economic recovery in Nigeria. And I will read, sometime I will explain and all that. I wrote here, it takes a language calibrated, strategic, and purposeful to perpetuate social cohesion. It takes a language pointing to the bonds uniting members, developing trust and a sense of language. Social cohesion has to do with shared values, mutual respect, and inclusive institutions that enable a diverse group to work together for common goals. This is a standard definition of social cohesion. So, but the point I want to make very, very emphatically, very strongly, is that it all starts with the language. What perpetuates social cohesion, what maintains it, what propagates social cohesion has to do with strategic and purposeful language. I want us to put that in mind. It all starts with a language of communication, a language of blessing, showing forth how to advance with economic development and economic recovery. It all spells work, training, retraining, and retirement. When we talk, economists, when they talk about the all kind of theories, I'm not one, although it's a subject that is so dear to my heart. I study now and then, no, not as a professional, but just to have an insight into what is going on. There are so many theories, but one of the things that I know that we can boil things down to in terms of economic development and economy recovery is work. Work, retraining, then retirement. The first thing God gave to man was work. Dress and keep this garden. Work. Labor until you labor to enter into your rest. That is what Hebrews says. I don't believe in what is going on right now. It's not, I don't want to go into all that. Government taking loans and all that, I don't believe in it. I don't think government need to take loans. Loans should be left for business people, individual, whatever they want to do with it. And then, whatever, anything, government is there to facilitate productivity, facilitate economic development, take taxes and all that. What government should do is to focus on deploying everybody into the workforce. Everybody. There should be no idle hand. What the market cannot employ, the government should employ. So the focus of the government should be towards discouraging laziness, discouraging idleness, and putting everybody to work. Those that don't want salary, those that want to use their individual talents to do whatever they can do, let them be. Those that are still finding their footing. We have so much problems. How can you have a society where there are so much problem and then you are talking of unemployment? Roads to be maintained, roads to be built. So many things. Whenever you have problem, a solution is calling for to be fixed. The role of government is to put every hand on deck toward fixing, toward providing solutions to the challenges facing us. So that requires work, that requires training, and that requires retraining, and so forth. So, as important as social cohesion is, it cannot be achieved realistically without governmental intervention and leadership. As important as social cohesion is, it cannot be achieved without governmental intervention and leadership. Social cohesion cannot be isolated from government leadership. It is foolhardy to pretend that churches, mosques, and cultural association has the capacity to perpetuate social cohesion. It is foolhardy. They don't have the means to propagate social cohesion, though they might pretend to take on that role. They can only be tools. Churches, cultural association, mosques, they can only be tools through which government will propagate and promote social cohesion. Shared value. When you talk about shared values as building block of social cohesion, people might have different opinions. Yet there are eternal values. There are eternal values that we all can agree on. What are these values? They are the values of judgment, the value of justice, the value of truth and equity, the value of truth and equity, the value of faith, the value of peace and safety. These are eternal values that we can all agree on. We need these values to be able to sustain, to be able to maintain, to be able to perpetuate social cohesion. Without these values, social cohesion is meaningless. In the Bible, a man called Isaiah, with piercing prophetic eyes, was able to capture why Israel as a nation was a failure. And he captured this in these verses in Isaiah 59. It says, "And judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off. For truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter. Yea, truth faileth, and he that depart from evil maketh himself a prey, and the Lord saw it, and it displeased him that there was no judgment." So God was displeased that these values were lacking in Israel. Just as he was displeased with Israel, that these values of justice, value of judgment, value of peace, value of truth, value of equity were missing in Israel, leading to their downfall. So, as it was with Israel, so even today, no society can hope to achieve meaningful social cohesion without the shared values of judgment and justice, the values of truth and equity, the value of peace and safety, the value of faith. If any society is lacking in this value, that society cannot really pretend to be sustainable. It's just a matter of time. People think, if we have the same ethnic stock, we will progress. We will shine. Like in Nigeria, if you have the same ethnic stock, we speak the same language, we will be the leader of the world, we will be the leader of Africa. It doesn't really work that way. I can tell you that Israel was a nation that came from the same ancestral father, Abraham, or Israel, right? Let's even take it from Israel. The 12 tribes of Israel. There was no argument, there was no debate concerning their ancestry. They spoke the same language. They have the same culture. They have the same traditions. But yet there came a time Israel suffered a breakup orchestrated by God. God ordered it. God scattered Israel. Separated the 10 tribes of Israel, 10 tribes of Israel, they call it larger Israel, the northern kingdom, separated it from Jerusalem and Benjamin. Jerusalem retained the status as a headquarters, like where people worship. But God had to scatter it because the fruit that God expected, this value that I talked about, were not found in Israel. And he said enough. Just as he scattered the Tower of Babel. Even when Jesus came, he also rebuked the Pharisees, the religious leaders of Israel, the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He said, you are so big, you are so heavy on collecting tithe, you are so obsessed with collecting tithe. It's like if you don't see tithe, you will die. It's like if you don't see tithe, you your ministry will falter. If you don't see tithe, you will collapse. You are so obsessed, so preoccupied with collecting tithes. But the most important part of the law you neglect. What is that important part of the law? Judgment, justice, mercy, faith. Isaiah was talking. Isaiah 9 said of his government and peace, of the increase of his government and peace, there shall be no end. Because he will order this with judgment and justice. Even till today, those values are still lacking. In many countries, I'm not exaggerating if I said there's rarely a country where you can have this value in full play. And once you have this value, what you're having is paradise. I like to say that we have churchgoers in Nigeria and we don't have Christians. And I don't apologize over it. We have churchgoers. We don't have Christians. Because the Bible, we don't bother to read it and to say, okay, no. Christians, they will prefer to study other books, study Machiavelli, study Karl Marx, study all kind of Nostradamus, study all these things to show the strength and the depth of their intellect. But one principal book, the bedrock of true intellect, they will neglect. I tell my daughter, I say, if three leading churches in Nigeria, I won't name 3 leading churches, if they will preach the Bible the way it is, if they will preach the truth of the Bible, under 2 years, 3, Nigeria will be transformed. Amen. I'm telling you, sir, Nigeria will be transformed. It's not a matter of religion, no Muslim, this, that. No, it's not a religious divide. I don't have all those religious divide, Muslim. That is not my business. I was rebuking someone on Twitter the other day. One pastor we argue with one Muslim. What is the truth between Christianity and Islam? Christian is superior, blah, blah, blah. I say, sir, that your argument is meaningless. It's acrimonious, it's needless. Show the workings. It's not by arguments. Things that will just divide us. Show the workings. I remember many years ago, I first came to Lekki. That was 2019. I went to visit someone at Ogijo, somewhere. Yes. And I didn't know time, but it was so late. And I was coming, so I had to break the journey. Somehow, I found myself, can't remember the place, whether near VGC, I can't remember, but it's one isolated area. I was looking for transport. Where can I? So suddenly, nobody was willing to know bus. Suddenly, one car just parked in front of me, said, come in. I said, wow, thank God. I finally, I don't care whatever charge is this thing. I said, come in. So this is. So we enter. So we go. He said, Edima said, how much are we? He said, no, I'm not charging you. That place you are is a very dangerous place. You can, you get to the. I saw you and, I know that I better rescue this man. Say it's a dangerous place. Lo and behold, you see, this man is a Muslim. This might not really mean anything to anybody. Are you getting it? But by the time I drop a chevron, this thing, and it's like I was cold, I was humbled. So, that man was a Muslim. Oh. Are you getting it? So you see, humanity is more important than religion. Are you getting it? Humanity is more important than religion. That man saw that if I don't rescue this man from here, all these bad boys will pounce on him, and are you getting it?
That will be it.
That will be it. Let me take him out. He did not want to know where I am. He did not know whether no, just rescued me. That is humanity. So I learned a great lesson. That simple incident. I learned a great lesson from that incident. It really changed a lot of my worldview. So for social cohesion to be sustained, to be promoted, we need these values. We need these values. It's not tribe, it's not religion that brings about social cohesion. Not some of these things we think. Some people say Japan, okay, they say Japan is a homogeneous place, so that is why it's progressing. It's true.
President will be there this week.
Okay, you Japan, okay, this, you know. If they tell you some of the tribe that were suppressed, so that the main Japanese this thing can stand today, you won't believe it. What are the Japanese history? You won't believe it. And you wouldn't want to be among those that were suppressed, so that they can have a world language. The importance of another thing for social cohesion to be promoted, we must recognize the importance of governmental leadership. People who share this values, people who share this right value, will not take permission from anyone to seize control of government through election. If they fail to seize the reign of government power, they will not be in a position to promote the social cohesion the society desperately needs. It is the government only that has the capacity to promote social cohesion. It is the government that has the capacity to propagate social cohesion. It is the government that has the capacity to make equitable laws. The church cannot, the mosque cannot. The government has monopoly or quasi-power or quasi-violence to regulate and force behavior along the lines of truth and equity. The government has the monopoly or quasi-violence to regulate and force behavior along the line of truth and equity. No church or mosque can establish prisons to penalize offenders, but the government can. It takes only the government to facilitate judgment and justice. The government has the capacity to discourage business and promote economic development through free enterprise and maximum employment. The government can destroy ignorance through free education. So, anyone or group who have these values of justice, judgment, peace, safety, truth, and equity, they should not wait to take permission from anyone before canvassing to take over government power. Not through violence, not through physical violence, not through brigandage, but through elections. Because without the government, forget it. Social cohesion will only be an idea hanging in your mouth. It takes the government to do that. And it is proper. Before this topic came, I've been making some studies on government leadership. And one of the things I really settled upon might sound controversial, but it is the truth. The idea of the church making himself over as an alternative to government is useless. Sometimes the church pretend that we are alternative. No, they tell us when we are those days. I can't really remember any time but they no. Forget inflation. Forget the economy. Forget whatever government is doing. Our supply come from heaven. God will supply your needs according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. Forget what government is doing. No, you can't neglect government. You can't forget government. You must be engaged in government, with government. At every level. Does not matter whether you are sitting as local government chairman or whether as councillor, whether as governor. No, you don't have to sit in all those offices for you to know that you are engaged with government. You can do that through your community development association. You can do that by your commentary, political commentary, incisive commentary, constructive criticism, showing that you have the solution, not just that you are just ranting. No. Let people around you know that you are the solution to what you reject, that you have the solution to what you criticize. So in whatever capacity, we should never neglect government. Like I said, it takes a language to propagate social cohesion. The power of sound language. I'm reading this because I just want to stick to the lines. On your own, you can extrapolate. So when my time is through, just let me know.
No, you are the last speaker, so we can say what he says.
Okay. The power of sound language. Like I told you, keep it in mind. It is language that promotes, propagates, maintains social cohesion. Out of all living things created by God, only humans have the ability to speak intelligible languages to communicate specific information to other humans. Out of all living human beings, not dog, not gorilla, not cow, only humans have the ability to speak intelligible languages to communicate specific information to other humans. It all starts with the language. Are you an idle talker? Do you just talk without thinking? Jesus Christ said something, more and more every day I begin to, this is it. Every idle word you say, you shall give account. Every idle word. Every idle word. Every lazy words. Every purposeless word you say, don't just open your mouth and gossiping, jesting, whatever. Everything you say should have a purpose, should have a direction, should have an objective. I think that is Matthew 12. Yeah, Matthew 12. Later I will show you. It all starts with the language. We know too well that language is the primary tool for human communication, understanding, and connections. It allows people to share knowledge, ideas, and emotions within the society. Language shapes reality, influencing how people think, able to shift societal norms. Shared language promotes the development of community, empathy, cooperation. Language as a tool and a weapon has the ability to create, destroy, unite, and divide. Language is very important. The power of language cannot be neglected. Now, language of the Tower of Babel. The first place that economic activity stopped due to lack of social cohesion was recorded in the Bible. It was the Tower of Babel. Then in Genesis 11, we are told that the whole earth was one language and one speech. The people is one and they all have one language, meaning there was no such thing as communication obstacles, like the difference between connotations and detonations. No barriers to overcome, like misunderstanding and misinterpretations. In transposition, the speech was plain, understanding came naturally. Comprehension was easy. Moreover, there was no such thing as racial or ethnic diversity in this society. Interestingly, the people loved it the way it was. They loved their homogeneity, their commonality, and their unity. To retain or perpetuate how they were, they said to themselves, let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the earth. See Genesis 11:4. They had no doubt about their technological prowess. They had no doubt about their technology ingenuity. They had no doubt about their capability. They simply wanted to create an identity or brand themselves as a united people who were able to achieve the feat of building a tower to reach heaven directly. Unfortunately, their ambition conflicted with God's purpose and plan for humanity. Seeing what the people were building, God decided to confuse or garble the key elements of their power, the oneness of their language. That is the key element of their power, the oneness of their language. By the way, destroy the clarity of a language, the failure of imagination is inevitable. From the Bible, God was clear that because the people was homogeneous, speaking one language, there was nothing which they imagined to do that would be restrained from them. Nothing. Because they are homogeneous, they had one language, they had one speech, there was nothing which they imagined to do. They want to conquer space, they want to do anything, they want to build the most sophisticated aircraft, build all kind of crazy skyscrapers. Tar the roads, all the roads. If they imagine to tar every street now in this Victoria or Lekki, tar every road, in Antony Island, in Antony Village, tar every road in Maza, tar every road in Agbojuamuo, tar every road in any part of Nigeria, tar every road in every village. Once they imagine it, they will do it. There's nothing we they imagine to do because they have one language, they have one speech. But you see, they say, why did God abort this project? Well, this might not be the time and the space to lay all down. You can ask that question, from God. He will show you. Read your Bible or whatever. But maybe by the time we finish this very topic, you will understand why God did what he did. There was a solution. They feel the clarity of their language, and what they had imagined would be restrained and aborted. So God just threw like that. They came, no. Caused confusion among the language. Gibberish. People began to what this man is saying is gibberish to the other one. What the other man is saying is gibberish to the other one. No, nobody can understand one another. So they began to fight. So we are told that God and his host went down to confine the post language, that they may not understand one another's speech. With the restraint on their imagination as a result of their confounded language, the abortion of the Tower of Babel was inevitable. The people were scattered, and they left off the building of that tower because they could no longer understand one another's speech, and their imagination failed. If you think, oh, maybe yes, you are Robo, yes, you are Igbo, yes, you are Ijo, because you are Ijo, yes. You speak the same thing, and then, because you speak the same thing, whatever you imagine to do, you will do it. Oh, there is no impossibility for you. No, it's not. You will see it as we go along. But as at this time, this is what happened, because they had one language, they had one speech. And God garbled, destroyed the clarity of their language. They began to speak gibberish. So the project was aborted. Monumental project. After much of the debacle of Babel, after the debacle of the Tower of Babel, all kinds and variation of evil had crept into the human race to inhibit social cohesion. Xenophobia, tribalism, divisive religion, racism, racial supremacy, tribal supremacy, wars, ethnic cleansing, starvation, poverty, social inequality, nepotism, expansionist land grabbing, stealing, identity crisis, tyranny, etc., are commonplace as inhibitors of social cohesion. Whatever is happening in Gaza today, whatever is happening, you cannot talk of social cohesion. No, it's not possible. Somewhere in Uroboland and Uweru community, as we speak, the indigenes cannot go to their farm in peace and safety. Fulani herdsmen with their cows are taking over the farmland, destroying the crops of these Urobo farmers. When they were confronted, the Fulani herdsmen, without remorse, replied that they were the owners of the land.
Urobo land.
Yes, Urobo, yes. I'm not exaggerating. About 4 days ago, they broadcast. Oh yes, that's it. Yeah,
Are they smoking? Are they smoking? What is that?
It's a way.
In a state where there's a chief security officer.
Yeah. That's
The thing about, I think it's because have you noticed that most DPOs and, you know the way they do these things, all these military commanders and DPOs and actually feel like.
that is it.
Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah.
They lecture them.
Yeah. When they go to report.
Yes.
It's like almost like no case.
Okay, that is it.
No
That
case.
is it.
No case.
The arrogance with which they carry themselves. They have been lectured. They are certain information that they.
And then who was okay? I think it was Ekpo's in his speech where they showed that in Banquet before the attack, they come and disarm the.
Yeah, that is
disarm
it.
them.
That
And,
is it.
When they disarm.
When
them,
they would descend. They would descend.
It's collision.
They would descend. Okay?
That they are owners
That they are the owners of
of
the land.
Let them near my village. They will take over anytime.
No, but
Owners of my village.
the guys are closing in, jokes apart. They are just closing in.
They have been indoctrinated. We have to this thing.
Excuse me, do you want to know the model they adopted? It's a model, simple. I buy this plot of land. How much? 5 million. I'm going to pay 10. He will sell. You didn't want to sell. You said you're on 15. Before you know what's up, I bought this. Individual, not me. I will not be a person. If your village person will buy those land, I will go for global power turning. Before they march in to take their land. That's what happened in Benue. In Benue? Yes. That's how they were buying the land. Not that they are not coming in person to buy from you. No. Somebody will buy a village person.
Okay.
Is the one buying. My village is very the same thing now.
No, your village person will buy.
Yes, village. Fulani herdsmen are in your village now. Yeah, my village people are buying for them. I give you 20% commission, whatever you buy for me. So you will buy from this person. I will recruit him as an agent to buy. He will buy, all of us will buy before you know what's happening. Okay, you've gotten enough. I will go for global power turning to say that I am the owner. I see that sign in court. I show that to you. I'm the owner of the land.
This is sinister.
So very sinister. Very sinister. They're very sinister.
What did their village people do?
I'm not saying so. What the village people do, the women one day, because they were not able to endure the ordeal, they told their husband that they are withholding sex from them. That is it. Until they rectify the situation. So if that is what you are saying, finally they will find out the person was selling the land.
And the guys are on there. They are in the meeting with us, taking the strategy from us. They are finished.
Wow. Can you imagine? What kind of thing?
This thing has been going on within this thing. Even in Abraka, where I came from, the same thing. My then governor, Okowa, was silent because he was eyeing a higher office.
VP.
Yes, he was eyeing a higher office.
It was okay for him to require that.
Yeah, so when you ask him, everybody, you go to Asaba, everybody is hiding. Nobody wants to talk about it.
This is terrible.
Are you getting? Because he was eyeing a higher office. Now the same thing has come now, and that governor is there. This thing is still coming up again. You know? So the women said, while are they? So that is how the men were now forced to publicly protest on television that I saw, that somebody narrated the incident to me. Of course, I was up to date. I'll be following that area. You know? So the men were forced to publicly protest for the Delta state government to come and rescue them from the Fulani land grabbers. In such situation whereby social cohesion is tearing apart, how could the people hope to achieve any form of economic recovery? Economic recovery will be meaningless to them because starvation is staring them in their face. Faculty of social cohesion restored. Now, what God started or aborted in the beginning, there's now going to be a change. So this session I call it Faculty of Social Cohesion Restored. eventually on the day of Pentecost in Jerusalem, because many of us, we just talk about the Tower of Babel and we just hang it there. But we don't know that there has been a rectification. A change has happened. A change has happened. Eventually, on the day of Pentecost in Jerusalem, the faculty of social cohesion was restored to mankind when the Holy Ghost came upon the 12 apostles of Jesus. Giving utterance by the Spirit, they began to speak with other tongues. Dwelling in Jerusalem at this time, there were devout Jews who came from every nation under heaven. No day of Pentecost, every Jew from every country, they will gather in Jerusalem. Whether in China, whether in because it's not today that Jews all over the place. Jews have been widely traveled. Whether in Libya, whether in, I'm sure, Jew, or to every part of Africa, Jew in Uroboland, Jew in Igboland, all kind of this, you get it. Because the Bible said, from under every nation, from every nation under heaven. They were confounded because every man heard the apostles speaking his own language. Those that were born in Asia, Rome, Mesopotamia, Arabia, they could hear different languages being spoken by the apostles. To illustrate, the Jew that was born in China could hear this apostle, speaking Chinese, extolling the wonderful works of God. The Jews that were born in Cyrene, Libya, they could hear the apostle speaking Libyan language. The Jews that were born in Morocco, in India, in Russia, in Togo, in Igbo, in Yorubaland, they could hear these apostles speaking Yoruba language. What is going on? They could hear the apostles speaking Igbo language. They could hear speaking Inca, speaking the Aztec language. So they began to ask, what is the meaning of this? Some of them said, oh, they must have drunk new wine. But the apostle, then Peter now replied and said, they were not drunken, but had received the gift of the Holy Ghost, the eternal inheritance of the kingdom of God that was promised. In other words, every wrong has been rectified. The faculty of social cohesion has been restored. The foundation of social cohesion has been restored. I say it to every year. All my children know I say it every day like a mantra. The Holy Ghost is the kingdom of heaven come down to earth. The Holy Ghost is the kingdom of heaven that has supplanted the earthly realm. Today, men, pastors, church leaders, in you, everybody, they are still waiting. They are still waiting for Jesus to come to establish the kingdom. Oh, let it come. All these bad people, all these bad things, they will disappear. Oh, then when he comes, we'll be arrested. They are being stupid. Because if you know something about God, God does not impose his will upon people. God does not impose his will upon people. That is why in Samuel chapter 8, when the people were crying, give us a king. Give us a king. And Samuel was aggrieved, was grieving over such a request. Because he knows that is not the plan of God for them. But God said, hey, Samuel, don't lament. They did not reject you, but they reject me from being king over them. Listen to all they say and then give to them what they want. But just warn them what will happen, because this king will be oppressive. This king will be despotic. This king will punish them. This king will take what belongs to them and appropriate it for himself. This king will be self-aggrandizing. Everything will be. This king will turn you, the people, unto a servant. Tell them. On the day of when that oppression has hit you so much, when the oppression has hit you so much and you could not endure, but you cry, that day I will not answer you. So God does not impose his will on people. What has already been given to us, we have been given dominion, we have been given dominion. The power is left to us to do the will of God, and so that at the end of the day, God will say, yes, well done, my faithful servant. So, reversal of the Tower of Babel syndrome, what really happened in truth was the permanent reversal of the Tower of Babel syndrome, whereby the wars of mutual antagonism and distrust due to lack of comprehensibility were torn down. The release from heaven of the language of the Holy Ghost made it happen. That mutual hostility or resentment about feeling excluded, unwanted, uninvited, and neglected for not able to understand the language of others was abolished. By the release of this language from heaven, destroying conflict and lack of harmony, different tribes and tongues in every nation can speak the same language with easy comprehensibility. The language of the Holy Ghost is composed from the value of judgment and justice, the value of truth and equity, the value of peace and safety, the value of faith. So let it be well noted that the reversal of the Tower of Babel syndrome is not meant to eradicate or submerge your ethnic identity or branding as an Igbo man, Englishman, or Yoruba man. It will not in any way seek to abolish or diminish your tribal identity as a way of creating a new, inclusive, universal, or national personality. Striving for a homogeneous society is never the aim behind the reversal of the Tower of Babel syndrome. Rather, the reversal promotes the preservation of diversity in tribal identity. Okay, so my time is up. So there are just two things. I will just join them for these few minutes. Join them together. So the problem we have inhibiting social cohesion is the problem of bad language and thoughtless speech. The problem of bad language and thoughtless speech. Mustafa Kemal to a dormant Jews in a bid to create one national identity with one language, Turkish language, suppress other ethnicities, committed genocide against the Armenians, the Greeks, and the Kurds, so that one Turkish identity, one Turkish language can spring up. If he had known what the Bible talks about, he would not have done that. Because as it is now, every language can speak the same thing. Every language, every ethnicity, based on these values. When they speak, the Shekiri man can understand what the Yoruba man say. Every day they can be in the same judgment. So the problem is not our tribe, but our language. So we've got to refresh our tongue with these values. Jesus Christ said, they shall speak with new tongues when they believe in him. And last and not the least, unity with diversity. We can achieve unity with diversity when we realize that, when we know that these values are supreme, and as we hold to this value, each languages, each ethnicity can understand themselves, speak with the same judgment, speak with the same mind, and that there's nothing which they imagine to do shall be withheld from them. anything which they imagine to do, nothing shall be impossible. So that is it. Let us strive for social cohesion, and as we do, we know that the future is bright. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I have a wristwatch, so what's the time? Now it's 10 minutes after 4. We've had a good day today. All the paper presenters, the guest speakers were around, the keynote speaker was around, and we've had 5 papers presented. And like I said, in between, our host, the chairman of Banex group of companies, Bishop Dr. Victor Banex, came in to motivate us in the afterlife. Your child is married. Thank you so much for the topic. Your own is something out of this world, but I will try and make sense out of it when I read through them. And during the weekend, like I said, I'm not stepping out of, as soon as I hit my house today, I'm not stepping out until Tuesday. I sit at home Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Thank you, Edima. Your core competence, apart from banking, is accounting and taxation. So let's see whether you'll be part of us, either as a guest speaker or as a participant who will be posing questions to guest speakers on October 10, 2025. Additionally, Dr. Charles Udogu, like I said, is an administrator of Akulu Nottingham Forum. But I met him first in 2015 when he was the area director, zonal director, they call it, of Eastern Region. Keynote, Skybank. Yeah, Skybank. When my people challenged me to use my connections and contacts to get a bank for Zobo, I discussed with him, and he came in from Enugu with his zonal area manager on each zone to my village, Zobo, and we inspected